I have spent 12 years working as a lead wilderness guide in the northern reaches of the Cascades. My job is not just to walk people through the woods. My job is to understand the physics of the land. I know how fast a group of 4 people moves when they are carrying 30-pound packs. I know how the light changes when a storm is sitting just over the ridge. I know that a mile is exactly 5,280 feet, and that distance does not change just because you are tired. I am the kind of person who counts paces. I use a compass and a paper map because batteries can fail, but the earth is supposed to stay the same. I have never been the type of man to believe in ghost stories or forest legends. To me, the woods are just a collection of biological systems and predictable terrain. Or at least that is what I believed until last October. It was a Tuesday afternoon when I set out with my younger brother Caleb. We were heading to a spot called Blackwood Basin. It is a simple 10-mile hike from the trailhead to the established campground. I have done this specific trail at least 50 times. I could walk it blindfolded if I had to. The weather was clear and the air was crisp. We were making great time. We reached the halfway point in exactly 2 hours. That is where we saw the first sign. It was a standard wooden post with rooted letters painted in yellow. It stated that the basin was 5 miles away. This was correct. I checked my watch and noted that we would arrive well before sunset. We kept walking at a steady pace. My boots felt good and the rhythm of the trail was soothing. The first thing I noticed was not a sound but a lack of one. We had been walking for another hour. By my calculation, we should have been only 2 miles from the camp. The birds stopped singing. The wind, which had been rustling the pine needles above us, just died away. It was that heavy kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I stopped to adjust my pack and looked ahead. There was another wooden sign post about 20 yards in front of us. I assumed it was the marker for the final creek crossing. When we reached it, I stopped dead in my tracks. The sign did not say 2 miles. The yellow paint clearly stated that Blackwood Basin was now 7 miles away. I stood there staring at the wood. I told myself that the Forest Service must have replaced the sign and made a mistake. It is common for trail markers to be off by a few tenths of a mile, but this was a 2-mile increase after an hour of hiking. Caleb laughed and said the rangers must be playing a joke on the hikers. I did not laugh. I looked at the ground. Our footprints from the last hour were not there because we were moving forward, but the trail looked identical to the section we had just finished. I checked my pedometer. It showed that we had walked over 3 miles since the last sign. It was mathematically impossible for the destination to be further away than when we started. We decided to pick up the pace. We walked faster, almost at a jog. We did not talk. We just focused on the dirt under our feet. 40 minutes later, we saw the post again. My heart started to thud against my ribs before I could even read it. This was the same post. I knew it because there was a specific notch in the wood where a bear had scratched it years ago. I reached out and touched the cold grain of the timber. The yellow paint now said that the basin was 12 miles away. I felt a cold drop of sweat slide down my spine. We had been walking toward our destination for 3 hours, and yet the distance was growing. It was as if the trail was stretching out like a rubber band. I looked back the way we came. The path behind us looked dark, and the trees seemed to be leaning in toward the center of the trail. I told Caleb we needed to turn around. If the way forward was broken, we had to go back to the truck. We turned 180 degrees and began to hike back toward the trailhead. We moved with a sense of urgency that bordered on panic. I kept my eyes on my watch. We walked for 30 minutes at a grueling pace. I expected to see the 5-mile sign we had passed at the beginning of the trip. Instead, we rounded a bend and saw the same wooden post with the yellow letters. My breath hitched in my throat. I did not want to look at it, but I had to. The sign now said that the trailhead we were trying to reach was 20 miles away. We were in the middle of a 10-mile trail, but every direction we moved made the world larger. The distance was no longer a fixed measurement. It was a moving target that was running away from us. The sun began to dip below the tree line. The shadows grew long and distorted. In the woods, shadows do not just get darker, they get thicker. They seem to pool in the hollows of the trees like black liquid. I pulled out my compass. The needle was spinning in slow, lazy circles. It would not lock onto north. It just drifted as if the magnetic poles had vanished. Caleb was shaking. He asked me how a trail could change its length. I had no answer for him. I have spent my life studying the outdoors, and nothing in my experience could explain why we were trapped in an expanding map. We were standing still, but the world was growing around us. We decided to leave the trail. I thought that if the path was the problem, we could cut through the brush and head straight for the ridge. We stepped off the beaten dirt and into the thick ferns. The moment my boot left the trail, the silence became absolute. I could not even hear the sound of my own breathing. We pushed through the undergrowth for what felt like hours. The terrain should have sloped upward toward the ridge, but it stayed perfectly flat. No matter how far we climbed, we never gained any elevation. It was like walking on a treadmill made of moss and rotting logs. Then I saw it. Up ahead in a small clearing stood a wooden post with yellow letters. We had not moved in a circle. I had been checking the landmarks. We had traveled in a straight line away from the path, yet there it was. The sign was waiting for us in the middle of the untracked forest where no trail existed. I walked up to it with a feeling of deep dread. The wood was old and weathered. The yellow paint was peeling. It said that the camp was 40 miles away. The trailhead was 60 miles away. We were being pushed into a space that was becoming infinitely large. I looked at Caleb and his face was pale. He pointed at the ground. There were no footprints behind us. The ferns we had just stepped on were standing upright and untouched. It was as if we had not traveled through them at all. I realized then that we were not just lost. We were being unwritten. The distance was changing because the environment was creating more of itself between us and everywhere else. I told Caleb to sit down. I told him we could not move until the sun came up. We huddled together at the base of a massive cedar tree. I kept my flashlight off to save the batteries. The darkness was so heavy I could feel it pressing against my skin. Every few minutes I would hear a soft thud. It sounded like a heavy weight being dropped onto soft earth. It was rhythmic. Thud, silence, thud. It was the sound of the world expanding. Each thud was another mile of empty forest being inserted into the reality around us. I do not know how long we sat there. Time felt as fluid as the distance. I tried to count seconds to keep my mind sharp, but I would lose track after 40 or 50. My brain refused to hold on to the numbers. I started to wonder if we were still the same size. If the distance between 2 points was growing, was the distance between my atoms growing too? I felt a strange stretching sensation in my joints. I looked at my hands in the dim starlight, and they looked long and thin like the legs of a spider. I closed my eyes and tried to pray, but the words felt small and meaningless in a place this vast. When the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, I hoped the nightmare would end. I hoped I would wake up in my tent or at the trailhead, but the light only revealed the scale of our situation. The trees around us were no longer familiar Douglas firs. They were massive gray pillars that stretched hundreds of feet into the air. They were spaced perfectly apart as if they had been planted by a machine. There was no brush. There were no birds. There was only the flat gray earth and the wooden sign post. I walked over to the sign one last time. The yellow paint was gone. The wood was smooth as if it had been polished by centuries of wind. There were no words on it anymore. There were only numbers. It said 1,000 miles in every direction. I stood there looking at that number, and I felt a laugh bubbling up in my chest. It was the laugh of a man who has finally understood the punchline of a very long and cruel joke. We were never going to leave this place because there was no longer an outside to go to. The forest had swallowed the rest of the world and was now busy creating more of itself to fill the void. I looked at Caleb, but he was not there. I do not mean he had walked away. I mean the space between us had grown so quickly during the night that he was now miles away from me, even though we had been touching shoulders when we fell asleep. I could see a tiny speck on the horizon that might have been him, but as I watched it drifted further and further away. I started to walk. I do not know why. I just chose a direction and moved my feet. I have been walking for what feels like years now. I do not get hungry and I do not get thirsty. My body has become as permanent as the gray trees. Every few days I find a wooden post. Sometimes it says 10,000 miles. Sometimes it says 1,000,000. The numbers do not matter anymore. I am a witness to the growth of a dead universe. I often think about my life as a guide. I think about how I used to pride myself on knowing the way. I realize now that the way only exists if the ground stays still. I wonder if anyone ever found my truck at the trailhead. I wonder if the truck is still there, or if the parking lot has stretched into a desert of asphalt. I am writing this on the back of my map with a piece of charcoal from a dead fire. I will leave it at the base of the next signpost I find. I do not expect anyone to read it. I do not even know if you are real or if you are just a memory of what a person used to be. If you are out there and you are hiking and you see a sign that seems a little bit off, do not keep going. Do not try to reach the camp. Do not try to go back to your car. Just stop. Close your eyes and hope that the world stops growing before it pulls you apart. I can hear the thudding again. The distance is changing. I have to keep walking. I have so many miles left to go. The charcoal is nearly gone and the map is covered in my small, tight handwriting. I have begun to write on my own skin. I use the sharp edge of a stone to scratch words into the back of my hand because I need to remember that I am a solid thing. My skin does not bleed. It does not bruise. It has become like the bark of the gray trees. I am a part of the expansion now. I am a measurement that has lost its meaning. I walk through the endless gray pillars, and I try to remember the smell of rain on hot asphalt. I try to remember the taste of a cold apple. Those things feel like dreams from a person who died 1,000 years ago. The only reality is the thud. The sound is louder now. It is no longer a distant vibration. It is a heavy concussive blow that shakes the marrow in my bones. Every time the earth expanded before it was a subtle shift. Now it is violent. I can see the ground tearing open in front of me. A crack will appear in the gray dirt and it will stretch for miles in a heartbeat. The gap fills instantly with more gray dirt. It is like watching a wound heal before the blood can even flow. The forest is impatient. It is growing faster than I can walk. I used to be able to see the next signpost on the horizon. Now the horizon is so far away that the curve of the earth has flattened into a perfect level plane. I found a signpost yesterday. I call it yesterday, but there is no sun and no moon. The sky is a flat white ceiling that never changes. I only know time by the rhythm of my own heart, and even that is slowing down. The signpost was taller than the others. It was 50 feet high. The wood was no longer cedar or pine. It was a substance that looked like bone. The numbers on it were not painted. They were burned into the surface. It said 1,000,000 miles to the trailhead. It said 0 miles to the center. I do not know what the center is. I do not know if I am moving toward it or away from it. In a world that is growing in every direction at once, the center is everywhere and nowhere. I think about Caleb. I wonder if he is still walking. I wonder if he has found a signpost that tells him where I am. Sometimes I shout his name. I scream until my throat is raw, but the sound does not travel. The air is too thin, or perhaps the space is too wide. My voice just falls to the ground like a stone. There is no echo. An echo requires a wall or a mountain to bounce off of, and there are no mountains here. There is only the flat gray expanse and the pillars that go on forever. I have not seen a bird or an insect in a duration that I cannot measure. I have not seen a blade of grass. The biological systems I once studied have been replaced by a single predatory geometry. I decided to stop walking. I sat down against a pillar and I refused to move. I thought that if I did not participate in the distance, then the distance would stop being a factor. I stayed there for what felt like a month. I watched the gray dirt. I watched the way the light never flickered. Then the thud happened again. It was the loudest one yet. I felt the pillar behind my back slide away. I did not move, but the tree did. It slid backward 100 yards in a single second. The ground beneath me stretched. I looked down and saw the grain of the dirt pull apart. I was being moved by the earth itself. You cannot escape the expansion by standing still, because the ground you stand on is the thing that is growing. I am a lead wilderness guide. I am supposed to know how to survive, but survival requires resources. It requires an environment that provides. This place provides nothing but more of itself. It is a vacuum of matter. I tried to dig a hole once. I wanted to see what was beneath the gray dirt. I dug for hours with a sharp rock. I went down 10 feet. There were no rocks. There were no roots. There were no worms. There was only more gray compressed dust. It is as if the world is being printed by a giant machine that only has one setting. It is a copy of a copy of a copy until all the detail is lost. The trees have no leaves because the forest does not need to breathe. The ground has no water because the forest does not need to grow. It only needs to exist. I found something new today. It was not a signpost. It was a backpack. It was sitting in the middle of a clearing. I ran to it with a frantic energy that I thought I had lost. I hoped it was Caleb's pack. I hoped there would be food or a radio or a picture of our family. I reached it and fell to my knees. The pack was old. The fabric was rotting and gray. I opened the main compartment. Inside there was a compass and a paper map. I pulled the map out and my heart stopped. It was my map. It was the exact map I had been carrying when we started the hike. I reached into my own pocket to find my map, but my pocket was empty. I looked at the map in the rotting pack. It was covered in charcoal writing. I began to read the words. They were the same words I am writing now. I saw the sentences about the yellow signs and the thudding sound and the gray pillars. I saw the part about Caleb's face turning pale. I turned the map over and saw the final paragraph. It was written in a hand that was shaky and desperate. It said that the walker would eventually find his own footprints. It said that the forest is not just expanding in space, but in time as well. It said that I have been here before, and I will be here again. I am a loop in a system that has no end. I dropped the map and backed away. If that was my pack, then I have already passed this point, but I have been walking in a straight line for years. I have never turned around. I have never circled back. The only explanation is that the forest has grown so large that it has curved back on itself. It has become a closed sphere of infinite surface area. I am walking on the inside of a bubble that is blowing itself up. I looked at the gray pillars and I saw them for what they really were. They are not trees. They are the ribs of a cage. They are the bars that keep the nothingness in place. I felt a sudden surge of anger. I took my heavy boots and I kicked the rotting backpack. I kicked it until the fabric tore and the compass shattered. I screamed at the white sky. I demanded to know why. I demanded to know what I had done to deserve a prison of mathematics. The only answer was a thud. The ground beneath the pack split open. A new mile of gray dirt inserted itself right where the pack had been. The pack did not move with the earth. It stayed where it was, and as the ground stretched, the pack was torn in half. I watched as the distance between the two pieces of the pack grew, 10 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet. In a minute, the two halves of my old life were a mile apart. I realized then that the forest does not just create space. It destroys connection. It breaks the bonds between objects. It pulls things apart until they are isolated in their own private universes. That is what happened to Caleb. He did not walk away. The space between us simply became too great to bridge. He is probably still sitting right where I left him, but to me he is 1,000 miles away, and to him I am a ghost. We are all becoming points of one in an infinite field. I am the only thing in my world. I am the lead guide of a territory that consists of me and the dirt. I have started to lose my name. When I try to say it, the syllables do not make sense. They sound like the wind that does not blow. I am just the man who counts paces. I am the man who knows that a mile is 5,280 feet. But that definition is a lie here. A mile is whatever the forest wants it to be. A mile is a second or a century. I look at my hands again. They are longer now. My fingers have extra joints. I can reach out and touch the bark of a tree that is 20 feet away. My body is stretching to accommodate the new geography. I am becoming thin and translucent. I can see the gray dirt through the palm of my hand. I wonder if the people back in the Cascades can see us. I wonder if there is a hole in the woods near Blackwood Basin where the world just stops. Maybe they have put up yellow tape and called the police. Maybe they think we fell into a ravine or were eaten by a bear. They are so lucky. They live in a world where a mile stays a mile. They live in a place where you can turn around and go home. They do not know that their reality is a thin crust sitting on top of this expanding void. They do not know how easy it is to fall through the cracks when the earth decides to grow. I found another sign post an hour ago. It was the same one from the beginning. The wooden post with the rooted letters painted in yellow. It was clean and new. It looked exactly like it did on that Tuesday afternoon in October. I walked up to it with a trembling hand. I touched the yellow paint. It was wet. It smeared under my finger. The sign said that Blackwood Basin was 5 miles away. For a moment, I felt a flash of hope so bright it hurt. I looked around for the trail. I looked for the green trees and the blue sky. I looked for Caleb. But there was nothing. The sign was sitting in the middle of the gray dust under the white sky. It was a fragment of a memory that had been caught in the expansion. It was a ghost of a location. I looked at the wet yellow paint on my finger and I watched as it turned gray. The color drained out of it and it became dust. The sign post began to stretch. The wood groaned as the fibers were pulled apart. The 5 became a 50. The 50 became a 500. The letters smeared into long, meaningless lines of yellow light. The sign was being unmade by the very distance it was trying to measure. I am sitting down now. I will not get up again. I am writing these final words on the gray dirt with my elongated finger. The thudding is constant now. It sounds like a heartbeat, the heart of a god that only knows how to add. +1, +1, +1. The universe is getting bigger and I am getting smaller. I am a speck of dust in a cathedral of nothing. If you find this, please do not look for me. Do not follow the trail. Do not trust the signs. The physics of the land are broken and the map is a lie. There is no camp. There is no truck. There is only the long walk into the gray. I am going to close my eyes now. I am going to wait for the next thud to carry me away. I am the lead guide and I have finally reached the end of the world. It is much further than I thought. The thudding did not stop when I closed my eyes. It became the only thing that existed. Every impact felt like a hammer striking the surface of a drum, and I was the dust dancing on the skin of that drum. I waited for the ground to give way entirely, but it only continued its relentless stretching. I could feel my own legs lengthening. The distance between my knees and my ankles was now a vast expanse of gray skin that felt as hard as stone. I tried to remember the name of my mother, but the letters of her name were like the yellow paint on the sign. They smeared and faded into the gray background of my mind. I am no longer a man who has a history. I am a coordinate in a geometry that refuses to remain stable. I opened my eyes when the vibration became a high whistling sound. The white sky was no longer flat. It was beginning to ripple like the surface of a pond after a heavy stone has been cast into the center. The ripples were not clouds. They were folds in the fabric of the air itself. I watched as a fold descended toward a gray pillar a mile away. When the ripple touched the top of the pillar, the tree did not break. It did not fall. It simply became wider. It expanded horizontally until it was a wall of gray wood that stretched as far as I could see in both directions. The forest was no longer a collection of individual trees. It was becoming a solid mass. The spaces between the pillars were being filled by the pillars themselves as they grew to meet one another. I stood up because I realized that if I remained seated, the ground would eventually pull my torso away from my hips. I had to keep moving to distribute the tension of the expansion across my entire frame. My movements were slow and heavy. Every step required me to traverse a distance that was growing even as my foot was in the air. I looked down at the charcoal map I had dropped earlier. It was now a tiny black speck on a horizon that was moving away at the speed of a galloping horse. The records of my journey were being swallowed by the very journey they tried to document. There is no such thing as a history here because the past is always 10,000 miles behind you and moving further away every second. I saw a shape in the distance that was not a gray pillar. It was angular and dark. It did not belong to the predatory geometry of this place. I began to run. Running was a strange sensation. My strides were 100 feet long, but I felt as though I was moving through thick syrup. The air offered a resistance that was not based on wind, but on the sheer volume of space I had to displace. As I drew closer, the shape resolved into a familiar form. It was a tent. It was a bright orange mountain tent like the one Caleb and I had used on the first night of our trip. It sat perfectly still on the gray earth. I reached the tent and collapsed beside it. The orange fabric was vibrant and shocking against the monochrome world. I reached out to touch it and my hand shook. I expected it to turn to dust or to stretch into infinity, but it felt real. It felt like nylon and zippers and home. I crawled inside the flap, and for a moment the gray world vanished. The interior of the tent smelled like old sweat and dried mud and coffee. It was the smell of the earth I used to know. I found a sleeping bag rolled up in the corner. I unzipped it and found a small wooden carving of a bear that Caleb used to carry for good luck. I held the carving to my chest and wept. I did not have tears because my body was too dry, but my chest heaved with the memory of sorrow. I realized that this tent was not a ghost or a memory. It was a pocket of the old world that had been caught in the expansion. It was an island of fixed reality in a sea of growing nothingness. But even as I sat there, I heard the sound of the nylon beginning to strain. The tent was being pulled from the inside. The floor was stretching. The seams were starting to pop with the sound of small firecrackers. The orange fabric was fading to a pale peach color as the molecules were forced apart. I looked at the wooden bear in my hand. It was changing too. The head of the bear was slowly drifting away from the body. A thin line of raw wood appeared at the neck and grew wider and wider. The The bear was becoming a long, distorted shape that no longer looked like an animal. I realized then that nothing could survive the growth, not even the things we brought with us. The forest would take every object and every memory and pull them until they were nothing but long, thin threads of matter lost in the void. I scrambled out of the tent just as the center pole snapped. The orange fabric tore into two pieces, and those pieces began to drift apart on the expanding ground. Within minutes, there was a mile of gray dirt between the front of the tent and the back. I stood in the middle of that new mile, and I felt a profound sense of exhaustion. I have been walking for 1,000 years, or perhaps I have only been walking for an hour. The distinction has no meaning when the clock is also stretching. I wondered if the atoms of my heart were being pulled apart. I wondered if the electrical signals in my brain were taking longer to travel from one neuron to the next. That would explain why my thoughts felt so slow. That would explain why I could no longer remember the face of my wife or the color of my own eyes. My mind was becoming a map of a territory that was too large to be mapped. The thudding sound changed. It became a rhythmic, grinding noise like two tectonic plates rubbing together. The gray pillars began to sink into the ground. They did not fall. They simply retreated into the earth as if they were being retracted by a great machine. The flat white sky began to darken. It did not turn into the black of night. It turned into the deep, bruised purple of a storm. For the first time since I arrived, there was a wind. It was not a wind made of air. It was a wind made of sound. It carried the voices of 1,000,000 people all screaming at once, but the screams were stretched out so long that they sounded like the low hum of a transformer. I fell to my knees and pressed my hands against my ears. The hum vibrated through my skull. It felt like my teeth were going to vibrate out of my gums. I looked at the horizon and saw a wall of blackness approaching. It was not a cloud. It was a literal wall. It was the end of the light. The expansion had finally reached a speed where the light could no longer keep up. The world was growing faster than the photons could travel. I was about to be left in a darkness that was absolute. I started to write on my skin again. I used a sharp piece of the broken tent pole to carve the words into my forearm. I wrote that I am still here. I wrote that my name is a sound that starts with a breath. I wrote that the distance is a lie. I wanted to leave a record of my existence for whatever comes after the expansion. If the universe continues to grow until it reaches a state of perfect emptiness, perhaps someone will find a single atom that used to be my arm, and they will see the scratches of a man who refused to be unwritten. The black wall hit me like a physical blow. The light vanished instantly. I could not see my hands. I could not see the ground. I could only feel the stretching. I felt my arms being pulled away from my shoulders. I felt my ribcage expanding until there was a foot of space between each bone. It did not hurt. The pain was a sensation that belonged to a smaller world. Here there was only the tension. I was becoming a constellation of parts. I was a galaxy of one person. I heard a voice in the dark. It was not a scream and it was not a hum. It was a whisper that sounded like it was coming from inside my own ear. It said that the way out is not forward. It said that the way out is down. I remembered the hole I had dug in the gray dirt. I remembered that there were no rocks and no roots. I reached out into the blackness and I began to claw at the ground. My long fingers tore through the compressed dust with ease. I dug with a frantic strength. I did not care about the distance or the thudding or the black wall. I only cared about reaching the bottom of the system. I dug for what felt like miles. The hole behind me was being stretched even as I went deeper, so I was never really getting further from the surface. I was just creating more hole, but I kept going. I pushed through the gray matter until the texture changed. The dirt became warm. It became soft and wet. It felt like flesh. I realized that the forest was not a machine and it was not a vacuum. It was a living thing. The gray pillars and the flat sky and the infinite miles were just the skin of a creature so large that it could not be perceived. I was digging into the muscle of the world. The grinding noise stopped. The thudding stopped. The silence was so heavy that I could hear the sound of my own blood moving through my elongated veins. I reached a layer of something hard and smooth. It felt like glass. I cleared away the wet red dirt and I saw a light. It was a small flickering light like a candle. I leaned closer and I realized I was looking through a window. On the other side of the window there was a room. It was a small kitchen with yellow wallpaper and a wooden table. There was a pot of coffee on the stove and a newspaper on the counter. A man was sitting at the table with his back to me. He was wearing a flannel shirt. He reached out and picked up a mug of coffee. I tapped on the glass with my long, bony finger. The man did not turn around. I tapped harder. I screamed his name. It was Caleb. He was sitting in a kitchen that smelled like home, and he was only a few inches away from me. But the glass was not a window. It was a barrier between two different kinds of existence. He was in a world where things were small and solid and finished. I was in the world of the growing. I watched as a crack appeared in the glass. I thought I was going to break through. I thought I was going to fall into the kitchen and smell the coffee and be a man again. But the crack did not break the glass. The crack began to stretch. The kitchen began to pull apart. I watched as the wooden table became 10 feet long. I watched as the coffee mug stretched into a tall cylinder. Caleb did not move, but his body began to lengthen. His flannel shirt tore as his shoulders grew wider. I realized then that there is no escape. The expansion is not just in the forest, it is everywhere. It starts in the places where no one is looking and it grows until it consumes the reality we think we know. The kitchen was just the next piece of the world to be unwritten. I watched as the yellow wallpaper faded to gray. I watched as the coffee turned to dust. Caleb turned his head and he looked at me through the glass. His eyes were wide and pale. He did not recognize me. He could not see the man I used to be. He only saw a long, thin shadow in the dark. The glass shattered, the pressure of the expansion equalized, and I was pulled into the space where the kitchen had been. But the kitchen was gone. There was only the gray dirt and the white sky and the endless pillars. I was back in the forest, but I was no longer alone. Caleb was standing a mile away from me. He was as tall as a tree and his arms reached the ground. He looked at me and he began to walk. He did not walk toward me. He walked in the opposite direction. We were 2 points on an inflating balloon, and every step we took only served to prove how far apart we had become. I am writing these words on the air itself now. My charcoal is gone and my skin is full, but the air is thick enough to hold the shapes of the letters. I am moving through the dark and the light and the gray. I am a witness to the final transformation. The universe is no longer a place of stars and planets. It is a single forest that fills every corner of space. It is a forest that grows because it is hungry for distance. It is a forest that will never stop until the distance between two atoms is 1 billion miles. I can hear the thud again. It is louder than before. It is the sound of a new galaxy being born in the space between my heartbeats. I am not afraid anymore. Fear requires a sense of self, and I have been stretched too thin to hold onto a self. I am just a part of the rhythm. I am the lead guide of the infinite. I have so many miles left to go, and I will walk every one of them until there is nothing left but the sound of the world getting bigger. If you are reading this, you are already part of it. You just have not felt the stretching yet. Wait for the thud. It is coming for you too. It is coming to give you all the space you ever wanted. The sensation of being a single point of awareness in a desert of growing dimensions is a heavy burden to carry. I feel the skin on my forehead pulling toward my hairline and the skin on my chin pulling toward my chest. Every inch of my body is a tug of war between two directions that do not have names. I look at my hands, and they are no longer hands. They are long, pale spiders with fingers that reach out toward a horizon that is retreating at a speed I cannot calculate. I try to remember the feeling of a solid floor or the weight of a heavy blanket, but those concepts are like smoke in a gale. There is no weight here. There is only the tension of the stretch. I have begun to hear a new sound beneath the rhythmic thudding of the world heart. It is a sound of tearing. It is not the tearing of fabric or the snapping of wood. It is the sound of the vacuum itself being ripped open to make room for more vacuum. Every time the sound occurs, a new ribbon of gray light appears in the sky. These ribbons are miles wide, and they hum with a frequency that makes my very marrow vibrate. I am walking through a graveyard of scale. I pass a pebble that is now the size of a mountain. I pass a blade of grass that has stretched into a translucent green tower reaching toward the bruised purple clouds. The scale of the universe has become a predatory thing that devours the meaning of smallness. I wonder if there is anyone else left in the places where the miles still stay miles. I wonder if they are sitting in their kitchens drinking coffee and looking at clocks that still measure minutes. They do not know that the clock is a liar. They do not know that every second they survive is a miracle of compression. Their world is a balloon that is being filled with too much breath, and I am the one who has already been pushed through the rubber into the void outside. I want to tell them to hold onto each other. I want to tell them to tie themselves together with ropes because the distance is coming for them. It starts with a silence in the woods, and it ends with a galaxy between your eyes. My feet make no sound on the gray dirt now. The ground has become so thin and so stretched that it no longer has the density to produce a vibration. It is like walking on the surface of a bubble. I can see the darkness of the true abyss beneath the gray crust. It is a blackness so deep that it looks like it is pulling the light out of my retinas. I am terrified that I will fall through. I am terrified that the expansion will finally snap the last threads of matter, and I will be left drifting in a place where there is no up or down or north or south. But the thudding continues. The heart of the god keeps adding. It adds an inch to my stride. It adds a mile to the forest. It adds a century to my life. I see a movement in the distance. It is not Caleb and it is not a pillar. It is a wave of distortion that looks like heat rising from a summer road. As it draws closer, I realize it is a group of people. They are stretched and elongated just as I am. They are walking in a line with their heads bowed. Their limbs are like silver wires and their faces are long masks of gray skin. They do not look at me as they pass. They are focused on the act of moving. They are the other hikers who fell through the cracks. They are the scouts and the families and the loners who took the wrong turn in the woods and found themselves in the geometry of the void. I try to speak to them, but my voice is a long, low groan that takes 10 minutes to finish a single word. The word is hello. By the time the final vowel leaves my lips, the line of people is 5 miles away. They move with a synchronization that is haunting. They are not walking to a destination. They are walking to maintain their integrity. If they stop, they will be pulled apart by the ground. They are a human chain trying to hold on to the idea of a species in a place that only recognizes numbers. I watch them disappear into the purple haze of the horizon, and I feel a profound loneliness. I am the lead guide of a party that has no members and no path. The wind of sound returns. It is louder now, and it carries the smell of ozone and old paper. It blows against my back and pushes me forward. I do not fight it. I let the sound carry me across the expanding gray plains. I pass over a bridge that used to cross a small creek. The bridge is now 100 miles long, and the creek is a dry canyon that stretches into the heart of the world. The wooden planks of the bridge are miles apart from one another, and I have to leap from one to the next. Every leap is a journey. Every landing is a miracle. I am a dancer on the teeth of a giant. I find a backpack lying on the ground. It is a blue backpack with a small American flag patch on the flap. It belongs to a child. I know this because there is a small plastic dinosaur peeking out of the side pocket. The backpack is stretching. The blue fabric is becoming a pale translucent sheet. The plastic dinosaur is now 10 feet long, and its tail is drifting away from its body. I reach out to grab it, but my fingers pass through the fabric as if it were made of ghost mist. The objects of the old world cannot survive the intensity of the growth. They are too rigid. They are too finished. To stay in this world, you must be willing to become infinite. You must be willing to lose your shape. I look up at the purple sky and I see the stars. They are not the stars I remember. They are not points of light in the darkness. They are long streaks of fire that stretch from one side of the firmament to the other. The stars are being pulled apart just like the trees and the tents and the people. The universe is unspooling its light. I realize that the expansion is not just happening here in the forest. The forest is just the place where the veil is thinnest. The entire cosmos is being drawn out like wire through a die. The Big Bang was not a single event in the past. It is a continuous scream that is still happening, and I am standing in the middle of the throat. I feel a sharp pain in my chest. It is the first time I have felt pain in a long time. It is a localized sensation of heat. I look down and I see that my heart is visible through my skin. My chest has become so thin and so transparent that I can see the organs working inside. My heart is a long red muscle that is struggling to pump blood across the vast distances of my body. The blood has to travel so far to reach my feet that it is cold by the time it gets there. My lungs are like two great bellows trying to draw in an atmosphere that is becoming thinner every second. I am a biological machine that was designed for a world of 3 dimensions, and I am being forced to operate in a space that has no limits. The thudding becomes a roar. The ground beneath me begins to rise. A great mound of gray earth lifts me up toward the purple clouds. I am standing on the back of a rising continent. I look down and I see the forest spreading out below me. It is a grid of gray lines and white spaces. It looks like a map of a city that was never built. I see the tiny orange specks that were the pieces of the tent. I see the long silver line that was the group of people. I see the dark smudge that was the kitchen where Caleb sat. Everything is being separated by the tide of growth. Everything is becoming an island. I reach the top of the clouds and I see the truth of the white sky. It is not a sky at all. It is a ceiling. It is the underside of another layer of the world. There are trees growing down from the ceiling. There are gray pillars reaching toward me from above. The universe is a series of stacked planes, and each plane is expanding at a different rate. We are living in the gaps between the pages of a book that is being opened by a giant. I reach out and touch the ceiling. It feels like cold stone. As soon as my fingers make contact, the stone begins to soften. It turns into the gray dust that I have been walking on for eternity. I am the catalyst for the change. My presence in this gap is what causes the expansion to accelerate. I realize that I am not a victim of the forest. I am a part of its life cycle. I am the needle that sews the miles together. By walking, I am creating the distance. By looking, I am making the space. The forest needs a witness to exist. It needs a mind to perceive the scale so that the scale can become real. I am the lead guide because I am the one who is leading the void into the world of the solid. I am the one who brought the measurement of a mile into a place that was meant to be infinite. My hope for home was the anchor that allowed the expansion to pull against the reality of the earth. I stop walking. I stand perfectly still on the peak of the rising gray mountain. I close my eyes and I try to unthink the distance. I try to imagine a world where a mile is just a mile. I try to imagine a room where I can reach out and touch the walls. I try to hold the image of a small wooden bear in my mind, and I refuse to let it stretch. I focus all of my will on the idea of a point, a single point that does not grow, a single point that does not move. I become the point. The roaring stops, the thudding fades into a faint heartbeat. The wind of sound dies down until there is only silence. I feel the tension in my skin begin to slacken. My limbs feel heavy again. My chest becomes opaque. I am shrinking. I am falling back into the dimensions of a man. The gray mountain beneath me dissolves into a soft green carpet of pine needles. The purple clouds break apart to reveal a sky of brilliant blue. I smell the scent of damp earth and wood smoke. I hear the sound of a bird chirping in a nearby tree. I open my eyes and I am standing on a trail. The trees are brown and green and they are only 20 feet tall. The sky is a vast dome of light that does not feel like a ceiling. I look down at my hands and they are small and scarred and real. I look at my forearm and the words I carved into my skin are gone. There is only a slight redness where the scratches used to be. I am standing in the woods on a Tuesday afternoon in October. The air is cool and it tastes like life. I look ahead and I see the sign post. It is the wooden post with the rooted letters painted in yellow. It says that Blackwood Basin is 5 miles away. The paint is dry. I reach out and touch the wood and it does not groan. It does not stretch. It is just a piece of timber in the ground. I look around for Caleb and I see him sitting on a rock a few yards away. He is checking the laces on his boots. He looks up and smiles at me. He asks me if I am ready to keep going. He tells me that we have a long walk ahead of us if we want to reach the camp before dark. I want to run to him. I want to grab him and tell him that we have to go home. I want to tell him that the map is a lie and the earth is hungry. But as I take a step toward him, I hear a sound. It is a very faint sound coming from deep beneath the ground. It is a rhythmic vibration that feels like a hammer striking the surface of a drum. Thud, thud, thud. I look down at the dirt at my feet and I see a single yellow leaf. As I watch, the leaf begins to move. It is not being blown by the wind. It is being pulled. It is moving away from the trail at the speed of a crawling insect. The space between the leaf and the rock is growing. I look at Caleb and I see that he has not noticed. He is standing up and putting on his pack. He is looking at the trail ahead with eyes full of curiosity and wonder. He does not know that the mile is already changing. He does not know that the crust is thin. I look at the signpost one last time and I see that the 5 is no longer a perfect shape. The bottom curve of the number is a little bit longer than it was a moment ago. The yellow paint is starting to look wet. I realize then that I did not escape. I only brought the expansion back with me. I am the carrier of the void. I am the bridge between the gray and the green. I look at my friend and I feel a tear finally roll down my cheek. It is a small salty drop of water that stays on my skin. For now, I take a deep breath and I adjust the straps of my pack. I tell Caleb that I am ready. I tell him that we should move fast. We start walking down the trail and I count every step. 1, 2, 3. I keep counting because I know that if I stop, the numbers will start to add themselves. I walk into the forest with my heart beating in time with the sound in the earth. +1, +1, +1. The world is getting bigger and we have so very far to go. The ground beneath my boots feels solid for a moment, but the sensation is a fleeting mercy. I can feel the vibration of the earth in the soles of my feet, and it is not a steady pulse. It is a series of stuttering expansions. Every time my heel strikes the dirt, the distance between the heel and the toe of my boot seems to increase by a fraction of a hair. I look at the back of the neck of Caleb and I see the skin there. It is pale and tight. He is walking with a rhythmic swing of his arms that used to be comforting, but now it looks like the movement of a pendulum in a clock that is running too fast. He does not look back. He does not see the way the trees on either side of the trail are beginning to lean away from one another. They are not falling. They are being pushed apart by the very air that surrounds them. I try to speak, but the air in my throat feels like it is stretching. I have to pull a great deal of oxygen into my lungs just to form a single syllable. I want to tell him that we must stop. I want to tell him that the 5 miles on the sign are already 10 miles, and by the time we reach the next marker, they will be 20. But if I speak, I will admit that the nightmare has followed us into the light. I will admit that the green leaves and the blue sky are just a thin coat of paint over the gray void. I keep my mouth shut and I watch the shadow of Caleb. The shadow is longer than it should be for this time of the afternoon. It stretches across the path like a dark ribbon, and the end of the shadow is lost in the thicket of the brush. We reach a small wooden bridge that crosses a stream. I remember this stream from the maps we studied in the tent. It was supposed to be a narrow ribbon of water no more than 3 feet wide. As we approach, I see that the water is moving with a strange and violent energy. The stream is not wider in volume, but the space it occupies has grown. The rocks in the bed of the stream are separated by wide gaps of dark sand. The water leaps from one rock to the next in long and graceful arcs that defy the gravity of the earth. It looks like liquid glass being pulled thin by an invisible hand. Caleb pauses at the edge of the bridge. He looks down at the water, and I see his shoulders tense. He knows. He must know. The bridge is made of 6 wooden planks, but there is a gap of 4 inches between each plank now. You can see the rushing water far below through the cracks. Caleb takes a step onto the first plank. The wood groans with a sound that lasts for several seconds. It is a low and mournful frequency. I follow him and I feel the bridge lengthening beneath us. With every step we take, the bridge adds another inch to its middle. It is like walking on a treadmill that is slowly increasing its speed. We are moving forward, but the far bank of the stream is not getting any closer. I look at the handrail and I see the grain of the wood. The lines of the grain are pulling apart like the fibers of a muscle. I can see the microscopic spaces between the cells of the wood. It is a terrifying clarity. I can see the architecture of the universe, and it is all held together by a tension that is reaching its breaking point. I reach out and I grab the shoulder of Caleb. My hand feels huge and clumsy. My fingers wrap around his arm, and I feel the bone and the muscle beneath the fabric of his jacket. He is still there. He is still a man. He turns his head and looks at me. His face is long and his eyes are set deep in his skull. He looks like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. He asks me why I stopped. His voice is a low rumble that vibrates in my chest. I tell him that the bridge is not ending. I tell him to look at the far bank. He looks and he pales. The trees on the other side are shrinking. They are not actually getting smaller, but they are moving away from us at a speed that makes them appear to diminish. The world is outrunning our ability to cross it. We must run, I say to him. We must run as fast as we can before the gaps become too wide to leap. Caleb nods and we begin to sprint. The act of running in an expanding world is a labor of madness. Every stride I take covers a distance that is greater than the one before. I feel my legs stretching. I feel the tendons in my knees pulling tight like guitar strings. We are flying across the wooden planks of the bridge. The sound of our boots is a frantic drumming. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of the earth matches our pace. The heart of the forest is beating in sync with our terror. We reach the end of the bridge just as the last plank snaps away from the dirt. We tumble onto the grass of the far bank, and we lie there gasping for air. The grass is no longer green. It is a pale and sickly yellow. I look back at the bridge and it is gone. It has stretched so far that it has become a thin line of brown thread suspended over a canyon that was once a stream. The canyon is a mile deep and a mile wide. The expansion is accelerating. The rate of growth is no longer a slow crawl. It is a roar of hungry space. I look at my watch, but the face of the watch is a blur of silver. The hands are moving so fast that they have become a solid circle of light. Time has no meaning when the distance is infinite. A second is a mile. A minute is a century. We are trapped in the geometry of the end. Caleb stands up and he points toward the mountain in the distance. The mountain is a jagged tooth of gray stone that pierces the sky. It looks like it is made of the same material as the pillars in the forest. I realize then that the mountain is not a mountain. It is a growth. It is a tumor of the void that has erupted through the crust of the world. It is the source of the thudding. We have to go there, I say. My voice is steady now because I have moved past fear. I have reached a state of cold and hollowed out acceptance. If we stay here, we will be pulled apart by the grass. If we go to the center, maybe we can find the point where the stretching begins. Maybe we can find the needle and stop the thread. We begin to walk toward the gray mountain. The trail has vanished. There is only a vast and empty plain of yellow grass and gray dirt. The sky has turned a deep and bruised shade of violet. There are no birds, there are no insects. There is only the wind and the sound of the world getting bigger. I look at my hands again and I see that they are becoming translucent. I can see the white glow of my bones. I am losing my density. I am becoming a ghost of a man in a ghost of a world. Caleb is the same. He looks like a silhouette cut out of tissue paper. He is drifting across the plain rather than walking. His feet do not seem to touch the ground. We walk for what feels like 1,000 miles. We pass the remains of a farmhouse. The house has been torn into 1,000 pieces, and each piece is hovering in the air. A window frame is suspended 20 feet above a door. A kitchen chair is floating in the sky like a strange bird. I see a photograph lying in the dirt. It is a picture of a family sitting at a table. The faces of the people in the photograph are stretching. The smiles are becoming long and jagged gashes. The ink is running and the paper is turning to dust. I leave the photograph behind. There is no room for memories in this place. There is only the expansion. The gray mountain looms over us now. It is so tall that I have to lean back until my spine cracks to see the top. It is not made of stone. It is made of the same gray dirt that I saw in the forest, but it is packed so tight that it glows with a dull and sickly light. There is a hole at the base of the mountain. It is a perfectly circular opening that leads into a darkness that is deeper than the night. The thudding is coming from inside the hole. It is so loud now that it makes my teeth ache. It is the sound of a hammer hitting an anvil. It is the sound of creation and destruction happening at the same exact time. Caleb looks at me and I see the reflection of the void in his eyes. He does not have to say anything. We both know that this is the end of the trail. We have walked the 5 miles and we have found the destination. We step into the hole and the world of light disappears. The darkness is thick and heavy. It feels like cool water against my skin. We are descending into the throat of the expansion. I can feel the pressure changing. The tension in my skin begins to fade. The stretching stops. For a moment, I feel like a whole person again. I feel the weight of my body. I feel the warmth of my blood. But then the light returns. It is not the light of the sun. It is a white and sterile glow that comes from everywhere and nowhere. We are standing in a vast chamber of white pillars. It is the forest, but it is the original forest. This is the blueprint. This is the place where the miles are manufactured. I see the pillars stretching up into the infinite, and I see the gray dirt beneath my feet. In the center of the chamber, there is a heart. It is a massive and pulsing mass of gray tissue that is suspended in the air by silver wires. Every time the heart beats, the wires pull tight and the chamber expands. Every beat sends a wave of distance out into the world. I see the man. He is sitting on a small wooden stool near the base of the heart. He is wearing a flannel shirt and blue jeans. He looks like a hiker. He looks like me. He is holding a small wooden bear in his hands and he is carving it with a pocket knife. He does not look up when we approach. He just keeps carving. I see the shavings of wood falling to the floor, and as they hit the dirt, they turn into gray dust. He is the one who is making the forest. He is the one who is writing the miles. I ask him who he is. My voice is a whisper, but it carries in the white silence. He stops carving and he looks at me. His face is my face. His eyes are my eyes. He tells me that he is the one who stayed behind. He tells me that every time a man gets lost in the woods, a part of him stays in the gap. He tells me that the forest is built out of the loneliness of the lost. The more we want to go home, the more the forest grows to keep us away. Our desire for the destination is the fuel for the expansion. The harder we walk, the further the goal retreats. I look at the heart and I see that it is made of the same wood as the bear. It is a heart of cedar and pine. It is a heart of memory. I realize then that there is only one way to stop the thudding. I have to stop wanting to go home. I have to stop measuring the miles. I have to accept the distance. I turn to Caleb and I see that he is already fading. He is becoming a part of the white light. He is not afraid. He is smiling. He has found the end of his trail. He is no longer a point on a balloon. He is the air inside. I sit down on the gray dirt and I close my eyes. I do not think about the kitchen. I do not think about the yellow wallpaper or the coffee. I do not think about the 5 miles to Blackwood Basin. I think about nothing. I become a void within the void. I feel the heartbeat of the world slow down. The thudding becomes a soft and gentle rhythm. The tension in the air snaps. I feel myself falling. I am falling through the gray and the white and the violet. I am falling back into the smallness of the world. I wake up on the forest floor. The sun is setting and the shadows are long, but they are normal. I smell the pine needles and the damp earth. I look at my hands and they are solid and brown. I am alone. Caleb is gone. The trail is empty. I look at the signpost and it says that the basin is 5 miles away. I know that if I walk toward it, I will never reach it. I know that if I try to measure the world, I will lose it. I stand up and I walk in the opposite direction. I do not look at the trees. I do not count my steps. I just move through the woods like a shadow. The world is small enough to hold me for now, but I can still hear the sound. Deep in the earth, the hammer is waiting. The next thud is coming, and when it does, I will be ready to stretch. I walk away from the trail and into the thick brush where the path does not exist. I do not look back at the signpost. I do not look at the place where Caleb was standing. The silence of the forest is heavy, and it feels like a physical weight on my shoulders. Every step I take is an act of defiance against the geometry of the void. I am not moving toward a destination. I am simply moving. The trees are closer together here. Their bark is rough and honest. I run my hand along the trunk of a white pine, and I feel the sticky resin on my palm. It is a sharp and stinging sensation. It is the smell of the earth trying to heal itself. I keep walking until the light of the sun is a thin orange line on the horizon. The sky is turning the color of a bruised plum. I find a small hollow beneath the roots of an overturned oak tree. The soil is dry and smells of ancient rot. I crawl into the space and pull my knees to my chest. I do not have my pack. I do not have a light. I have only the clothes on my back and the memory of the man with the wooden bear. I close my eyes and try to breathe in a way that does not measure the passage of time. I tell myself that the world is exactly as large as the reach of my arms. Anything beyond the tips of my fingers is a lie. Anything beyond the sound of my own breath is a phantom. I stay in the hollow for a long time. The thudding in the earth is still there, but it is muffled by the layers of dirt and root. It sounds like a heart beating inside a pillow. When the moon rises, the forest becomes a graveyard of silver and shadow. I crawl out from the roots and stand up. My joints are stiff and my muscles ache with a cold fire. I look up at the moon and I see that it is a perfect circle. It does not stretch. It does not ripple. It is a cold stone hanging in a vacuum. I begin to walk again. I am moving toward the west because the sun went down there and I need a direction that is not a number. I avoid the open spaces. I stay in the shadows of the tall trees. I see a deer standing in a clearing and I freeze. The animal is beautiful and terrifying. Its eyes are large and dark and they reflect the silver light of the moon. I watch the deer and I wait for its neck to lengthen. I wait for its legs to pull apart like taffy, but the deer only tilts its head and sniffs the air. It leaps away into the darkness with a grace that is compact and contained. It is a creature of the small world. I continue my journey through the night. I cross a dry creek bed where the stones are smooth and round. I do not look for the canyon. I do not look for the liquid glass. I treat every rock as a solid object that will not betray me. I find a road after many hours of walking. It is a narrow strip of black asphalt that cuts through the trees like a scar. The road is cracked and overgrown with weeds. I stand on the edge of the pavement and I hesitate. A road is a measurement. A road is a promise of a destination. If I step onto the black surface, I am agreeing to the rules of the mile. I look to my left and then to my right. The road stretches into the darkness until it vanishes. It looks like a long tongue licking the base of the hills. I decide to walk along the shoulder of the road, but I do not step on the asphalt. I stay on the gravel and the grass. I walk for miles and I do not count a single one. I think about the man in the white chamber. I think about the way he looked like me. He said that the forest is built out of the loneliness of the lost. I wonder if I am still lost or if I have found a new way to be found. If I stop wanting to go home, does the home cease to exist, or does it simply stop moving away from me? I see a flickering light in the distance. It is a pale yellow glow that sits low to the ground. It is not the light of the void. It is the light of a fire. I move toward the light with caution. I stay low to the ground and move from tree to tree. I reach the edge of a small clearing and I see a cabin. It is a humble structure made of rough logs and a tin roof. A thin wisp of smoke rises from the stone chimney. There is a man sitting on the porch in a rocking chair. He is not carving wood. He is smoking a pipe and looking at the stars. He looks old and tired. His hair is the color of wood ash. I step out from the trees and the man turns his head. He does not look surprised. He does not look afraid. He just nods his head and gestures toward a second chair on the porch. I walk up the steps and sit down. The wood of the porch is solid. It does not groan with the sound of the infinite. It just creaks with the weight of a man. The old man offers me a tin cup of water. I take it and I drink. The water is cold and tastes of iron and earth. It is the best thing I have ever tasted. I ask the man if he knows where we are. He takes the pipe out of his mouth and exhales a cloud of blue smoke. He tells me that we are in the place where the maps run out of ink. He says that some people call it the edge and some people call it the beginning. He tells me that he has lived here for 40 years and he has never seen the same tree twice. I tell him about the expansion. I tell him about the gray dirt and the heart of the world. I tell him about Caleb and the bridge that turned into a thread. The old man listens with his eyes closed. He does not interrupt. When I am finished, he remains silent for a long time. The only sound is the rocking of his chair and the distant thudding in the earth. He tells me that the world is a breathing thing. He says that it inhales and it exhales. When it inhales, the world gets small and tight and crowded. When it exhales, the world stretches and grows and creates space for the things that have no place to go. He says that I have been caught in the middle of a great breath. I ask him if it will ever stop. He looks at me with a sad smile. He tells me that it will stop when the world is empty enough to be satisfied. He says that the more we try to fill the world with our houses and our roads and our names, the more the world has to stretch to make room for its own soul. He tells me that the man I saw in the chamber was not a god or a monster. He was just a witness. He was someone who decided to stop running and start watching. He tells me that if I want to go back to the world of numbers, I have to find the rhythm of the breath. I have to move when the earth moves and stay still when the earth stays still. I stay with the old man for 3 days. We do not talk much. We sit on the porch and watch the forest. I notice that the trees move when I am not looking. A pine tree that was 10 feet from the porch in the morning is 12 feet away by noon. But it does not feel like a nightmare anymore. It feels like a slow and steady growth. It feels like the way a child grows when you are not paying attention. On the 4th morning, the old man tells me it is time to go. He points toward a path that leads behind the cabin. He tells me to follow the path and to never look at my feet. He tells me to look only at the sky and to think about the color blue. I thank him for the water and the silence. I step onto the path and I begin to walk. I do not count. I do not measure. I look up at the vast expanse of the morning sky. It is a bright and brilliant blue that feels like a benediction. I think about the sky until my mind is a blank slate of color. I feel the ground beneath my boots changing. Sometimes it feels like sand and sometimes it feels like solid rock. Sometimes it feels like nothing at all. I keep walking. I feel the air getting warmer. I smell the scent of mown grass and gasoline. I hear the sound of a distant engine. It is a high and whining sound that belongs to a world of machines. I do not slow down. I do not speed up. I maintain a steady pace that is neither a run nor a crawl. The trees begin to change. They are no longer the strange and shifting giants of the edge. They are the familiar oaks and maples of the valley. I see a fence made of barbed wire and cedar posts. I see a mailbox with a name painted on the side in black letters. I reach the end of the path and I find myself standing on the edge of a paved highway. A car rushes past me with a roar of wind and heat. The driver does not look at me. The car is a blur of red and chrome. I stand on the shoulder of the highway and I look down at my hands. They are scarred and dirty and real. The redness on my forearm is gone. There is only smooth skin. I look back at the woods and I see a wall of green. It looks like a normal forest. It looks like a place where a person could go for a hike and come back in time for dinner. But I know better. I know that the green is just a curtain. I know that behind the leaves the gray dirt is waiting. I know that the heart is still thudding and the wires are still pulling. I begin to walk along the highway toward the town. I see a sign that says Blackwood Basin is 2 miles away. I do not believe the sign. I know that the 2 miles could be 2 inches or 2 light years. I do not care. I have learned the secret of the distance. I have learned that the only way to survive the expansion is to become a part of it. I walk toward the town and I feel my heart beating in time with the sound in the earth. I am not afraid of the numbers anymore. I am not afraid of the gray. I am a carrier of the void and I am walking home. As I reach the outskirts of the town, I see the familiar sights of a Tuesday afternoon. There is a gas station with a flickering neon sign. There is a diner where the smell of fried onions and coffee drifts through the open door. People are walking on the sidewalks. They are looking at their phones and their watches. They are worrying about the time and the money. They do not know that the world is breathing beneath their feet. They do not know that the crust is thin and the miles are hungry. I see a woman pushing a stroller and I want to tell her to hold on tight. I want to tell her that the space between her and her child is a fragile thing. I reach my house at the end of a quiet street. The lawn is overgrown and the mail is piling up in the box. I walk up the driveway and I look at the front door. It is a solid piece of oak with a brass handle. I reach out and I touch the wood. It is cold and hard. I turn the handle and I step inside. The house smells of dust and stale air. It is exactly as I left it. The yellow wallpaper in the hallway is peeling at the corners. The clock on the wall is ticking with a steady and mechanical rhythm. I go into the kitchen and I sit down at the table. I look at the empty chair across from me. I think about Caleb. I wonder if he is still in the white chamber or if he has become the wind in the trees. I pick up a pen and a piece of paper from the counter. I want to write down what happened. I want to leave a record of the expansion so that someone else might understand. But as I press the pen to the paper, I realize that the words are not enough. The language of the small world cannot describe the geometry of the gray. If I write down the word mile, it will only be a 4-letter word. It will not contain the terror of the infinite. I put the pen down and I look out the window. The sun is setting again. The shadows are stretching across the yard. I see a single yellow leaf lying on the windowsill. I watch it closely. I wait for it to move. I wait for the gap between the leaf and the glass to grow. The leaf stays still. The world is holding its breath, for now the expansion has paused. The thudding has faded into a low hum that is almost undetectable. I lean my head back against the chair and I close my eyes. I am tired. I have walked 1,000 miles in a single afternoon. I have seen the beginning and the end of the trail. I am home, but I am not the same man who left. I am a bridge. I am a ghost. I am a part of the forest. I sit in the dark kitchen and I wait for the next breath. I know it is coming. I can feel the tension building in the walls of the house. I can feel the space in the room getting thinner. The world is getting ready to exhale. And when it does, I will not run. I will not count. I will simply open my eyes and watch the miles add themselves. I will watch the yellow paint become wet. I will watch the horizon retreat until it is a thin line of silver. I am ready for the world to be big. I am ready to be lost in the gap. The hammer strikes the anvil deep in the dirt. Thud. The first inch begins to stretch. I smile in the darkness and I wait for the rest of the world to follow me into the gray. I hear a sound at the front door. It is a soft scratching noise like a branch brushing against the wood. I stand up and walk to the hallway. I do not turn on the light. I do not need to see. I reach the door and I listen. There is a voice on the other side. It is a whisper that sounds like dry leaves blowing across a parking lot. It is calling my name. It is a voice I recognize, but it is different now. It is longer and deeper. It is the voice of a man who has been stretched thin by the distance. I reach for the handle and I hesitate. I know that if I open this door, I am inviting the forest inside. I am letting the expansion take the house. I turn the lock and I pull the door open. There is no one on the porch. There is only the empty street and the silver moon. But then I look down. There is a small wooden bear sitting on the welcome mat. It is carved from cedar and it smells of pine and ancient rock. I pick up the bear and I feel the weight of it in my hand. It is solid and heavy. It is a piece of the blueprint. I look out at the street and I see that the houses are further apart than they were a moment ago. The streetlights are tiny dots of fire in a vast and growing darkness. The town is becoming a forest of light and shadow. I step out onto the porch and I close the door behind me. I do not need the house anymore. I do not need the yellow wallpaper or the ticking clock. I walk down the steps and I step onto the grass. The blades of grass are long and sharp. They tickle my ankles like the fingers of a ghost. I start walking toward the center of the town. I am not looking for a way out. I am looking for the place where the heart beats the loudest. I want to see the world grow until there is nothing left but the white light and the gray pillars. I want to see the end of the measurement. I pass the diner and I see the people inside. They are frozen in the middle of their meals. A man is holding a fork halfway to his mouth. A woman is laughing at a joke that was told a century ago. They are caught in the gaps between the seconds. They are the statues of the small world. I leave them behind and I keep walking. The town is stretching. The buildings are pulling away from each other like the teeth of a giant. The sky is a deep and infinite violet. I look up and I see the stars. They are not points of light. They are long and jagged streaks of fire. They are the scars of the universe. I reach the park in the center of the town. There is a large oak tree in the middle of the grass. It is the oldest tree in the valley. I walk up to the tree and I sit down at its base. I lean my back against the rough bark and I hold the wooden bear in my lap. I close my eyes and I listen. The thudding is very loud now. It is a roar that fills my head and vibrates in my bones. It is the sound of the world exhaling its final breath. I feel the ground beneath me falling away. I feel the air in my lungs expanding until I am as light as a feather. I am no longer a man on a trail. I am no longer a carrier of the void. I am the void itself. I am the space between the stars and the gap between the seconds. I am the 5 miles that turned into 1,000. I am the bridge that never ends. I open my eyes one last time and I see the white light. It is beautiful and cold. It is the color of a blank page. I see Caleb standing in the distance. He is waving to me. He is calling me to the center of the chamber. I stand up and I begin to walk toward him. I do not count my steps. I do not measure the distance. I just move through the gray and the white and the violet. The world is finally big enough to hold me, and I have so very far to go. The white light does not burn my eyes. It is not like the sun, which demands that you look away. It is a soft and heavy radiance that feels like liquid silk against my skin. As I walk toward Caleb, the ground beneath my feet ceases to be dirt or grass or stone. It is a surface made of pure intention. Every step I take creates a ripple that travels outward into the infinite. I see Caleb more clearly now. He is not the broken thing I remembered. He is not the man who vanished into the gap of a bridge. He is a tall shadow standing against a background of absolute nothingness. He is smiling. It is the smile of a person who has forgotten the weight of a name. I reach him and I stop. We do not shake hands. We do not embrace. Such things are the gestures of a world that has boundaries. Here there is no skin to touch and no air to carry the sound of a voice. We communicate through the vibration of the expansion. I feel his thoughts entering my mind like cold water. He tells me that the house I left behind is already gone. He tells me that the town of Blackwood Basin has stretched until the buildings are miles apart and the people are tiny islands of consciousness in a sea of gray. He says that the world is finally honest. I look down at the wooden bear I am still holding. It is the only thing that remains from the small world. It feels heavy and dense. It is a concentrated lump of reality in a place that is becoming a dream. Caleb looks at the bear and his smile fades. He tells me that I cannot keep it. He says that to enter the heart of the breath, I must be empty. I must let go of the wood and the iron and the memory of the sun. I look at the bear and I think about the man on the porch. I think about the water that tasted of earth. I realize that the old man was not a survivor. He was a tether. He was the last anchor holding the world to its original shape. I drop the wooden bear. It does not fall. It simply floats in the white light. It begins to change. The wood stretches. The grain of the cedar pulls apart into long brown fibers. The bear becomes a line. The line becomes a circle. The circle becomes a hole. I watch as the toy that represented a creature of the forest dissolves into the very geometry of the void. It is gone. I feel a sudden lightness in my chest. My heart is no longer thudding, it is humming. It is a low and steady vibration that matches the frequency of the stars. Caleb gestures toward the horizon. There is no line where the earth meets the sky. There is only a shifting gradient of white and violet. He starts to walk and I follow him. We are moving toward the center of the breath. As we walk, I see other things floating in the light. I see a bicycle with wheels that are miles wide. I see a wedding ring that has expanded into a shimmering golden halo the size of a planet. I see a single leather boot that is as large as a mountain range. These are the remnants of the people who tried to hold on. These are the things that were dragged into the expansion because someone could not let them go. We walk for what feels like 1,000 years, and yet I am not tired. Time has no meaning when the distance is fluid. We pass through clouds of gray dust that taste like salt and ancient bone. Caleb tells me that this is the substance of the universe before it was measured. He says that the world was always like this, but humans built a cage of numbers to hide the truth. We built the inch and the mile to feel safe. We built the hour and the minute to feel permanent. But the cage has rusted away. The world is reclaiming its right to be vast. I ask Caleb what happens when the breath is complete. He stops walking and turns to face me. His eyes are like the deep water of a well. He tells me that there is no completion. There is only the cycle. The world will exhale until it is a thin and translucent veil. It will stretch until the atoms are separated by light years of silence. And then when the loneliness becomes too great, the world will inhale. It will pull everything back together. It will crush the stars into pebbles and the galaxies into grains of sand. It will become a single point of heat and pressure, and then it will begin again. I think about the woman with the stroller. I think about the man with the fork. I wonder if they will survive the inhalation. Caleb shakes his head. He tells me that they are already gone. They are part of the stretch now. They are the space between the atoms. They will be reborn when the world is small again, but they will not remember the gray. They will not remember the bridge or the white chamber. They will wake up in a new world of numbers, and they will think that the mile is a solid thing. They will live their lives in the cage until the world decides to breathe once more. I realize then that I am different. I am a witness. I have seen the mechanics of the void. I cannot go back to the world of numbers and believe in the illusion. I am a part of the expansion now. I am the gap that does not close. I look at my hands and I see that they are becoming transparent. I can see the white light shining through my palms. I can see the violet streaks of the stars moving through my veins. I am not disappearing. I am becoming larger. I am filling the space that the world has created for me. Caleb reaches out and touches my shoulder. His hand feels like a cold wind. He tells me that it is time for him to go. He has reached the limit of his journey. He is going to become the horizon. He is going to be the boundary between the white and the violet. He says that I must continue alone. He says that there is a place at the very center of the breath where the thudding began. He says that if I reach that place, I will understand the reason for the expansion. I watch as Caleb begins to stretch. His body becomes a long and elegant curve of light. He grows taller and wider until he fills the entire field of vision. He is no longer a man. He is a wall of silver fire. He is the edge of the world. I stand before him and I feel a great sense of peace. I am not afraid. I am not lonely. I have found a direction that is not a number. I have found a way to be found. I walk through the wall of silver fire. On the other side, the light is different. It is not white or violet. It is a color that I have no name for. It is the color of a secret. I see a single pillar of gray stone standing in the center of a great void. The pillar is carved with symbols that shift and change as I look at them. They are not letters or numbers. They are the blueprints of the expansion. They are the equations of the breath. I walk up to the pillar and I place my hand on the cold stone. The thudding stops. The silence is so absolute that it feels like a physical weight. I look up at the top of the pillar and I see a small glass sphere. Inside the sphere, there is a tiny model of a forest. I see a trail winding through the trees. I see a man with a backpack walking toward a bridge. I see a man sitting on a porch in a rocking chair. I see a house with yellow wallpaper and a ticking clock. I realize that the entire world I knew is contained within this small sphere. It is a seed. It is a memory of a world that was small and tight and crowded. I look at the man on the trail and I see that he is looking up at the sky. He is looking for a sign. He is looking for a way home. I want to reach out and touch the glass. I want to tell him that he is already home. I want to tell him that the forest is not a trap. It is an invitation. But I do not touch the glass. I know that the man on the trail must find his own way to the edge. He must experience the terror of the gray and the beauty of the stretch. He must learn to let go of the wooden bear and the wedding ring. He must become a carrier of the void. I take my hand off the pillar and I step back. The expansion begins again. I feel the ground beneath me pulling apart. I feel the air rushing out of the void. The pillar begins to grow. The glass sphere rises higher and higher until it is a tiny star in the dark sky. The gray stone stretches until it is a mountain that reaches into the infinite. I am standing in the middle of a great exhalation. The world is becoming big. The world is becoming empty. I look out at the vastness and I smile. I am not a man. I am not a ghost. I am the distance. I am the 5 miles that are actually 1,000. I am the breath of the earth. I am the silence between the heartbeats. I begin to walk again. I am moving toward the west, but there is no sun. There is only the light of the expansion. I am walking into the gray, and I am never coming back. The trees are returning now, but they are not the trees of the small world. They are tall and thin, and their leaves are made of silver glass. They do not rustle in the wind. They chime like bells. I walk through the forest of glass, and I listen to the music of the void. It is a beautiful song. It is a song of freedom and space. It is a song of a world that has finally stopped trying to be a cage. I find a creek bed where the stones are not round. They are jagged and sharp, and they look like diamonds. I do not cross the creek. I sit down on the bank and I watch the water flow. The water is not liquid. It is a stream of pure energy. It flows upward toward the stars. I reach out and I touch the water. It feels like 1,000 tiny needles pricking my skin. It feels like life. I stay by the creek for a long time. I do not count the hours. I do not measure the days. I simply exist in the middle of the breath. I watch the stars move in their long and jagged streaks. I watch the forest grow and change. I see a deer with a neck that is 10 feet long and legs that are as thin as threads. It is beautiful. It is a creature of the big world. It looks at me with its large and dark eyes, and it does not run. It knows that I am part of the landscape. It knows that we are both made of the same gray dirt. I realize that the old man was right. The world is a breathing thing, and I am the air that it breathes. I am the space that it creates. I am the loneliness of the lost and the peace of the found. I am the expansion. I stand up and I continue my journey. I do not know where I am going, but it does not matter. In a world that is infinite, every direction is the right one. I walk through the silver trees and the glass grass. I walk through the white light and the violet shadows. I walk until my body is gone and my mind is a map of the universe. I walk until I am the only thing left. And then I hear it, a soft thudding in the earth, a low and steady rhythm that sounds like a heart beating inside a pillow. The world is getting ready to inhale. I stop walking and I wait. I am not afraid of the contraction. I am not afraid of the small world. I know that the cycle will continue forever. I know that I will be crushed and reborn 1,000 times. I know that I will always be a part of the breath. The first inch begins to shrink. The The silver trees pull closer together. The glass grass becomes shorter and thicker. The white light begins to dim. I close my eyes and I feel the world pulling me back. I feel the distance closing. I feel the cage of numbers being built around me. I do not fight it. I embrace it. I am ready to be small again. I am ready to be a man on a trail. I am ready to look at a bridge and see a way across. But even when I am back in the world of houses and roads, I will remember the gray. I will remember the expansion. I will look at the yellow wallpaper and I will see the void behind it. I will look at the clock and I will hear the silence between the ticks. I will be a witness in the small world. I will be a carrier of the infinite. The world inhales. The sky turns from violet to blue. The stars become points of light. The gray dirt turns to brown earth. I feel the weight of my body returning. I feel the warmth of the sun on my face. I open my eyes and I am standing on a trail in the middle of a forest. The trees are oaks and maples. The air smells of pine and damp earth. I look at my feet and I see that I am wearing leather boots. I look at my arm and I see the red scar of the transition. I am back. I am in the world of the 5 miles. I look ahead and I see the bridge. It is a solid structure of wood and iron. It looks like a safe and simple way to cross the canyon. I walk toward the bridge and I step onto the first plank. The wood is solid. It does not turn into a thread. It does not stretch. I walk across the bridge and I reach the other side. I look back at the forest and I see a wall of green. It looks like a normal forest. It looks like a place where a person could go for a hike and come back in time for dinner. I turn away and I start walking toward the town. I see a sign that says Blackwood Basin is 2 miles away. I smile. I know that the sign is a lie. I know that the 2 miles are a promise that the world cannot keep. But for now, I will accept the lie. I will follow the road. I will count the steps. I will live in the cage until the next breath. I reach the outskirts of the town and I see the gas station and the diner. I see the people walking on the sidewalks. They look so small and fragile. They look like dolls in a miniature world. I walk past them and I do not say a word. I do not tell them about the expansion. I do not tell them about the gray. They are not ready to know. They are still holding on to their wedding rings and their wooden bears. I reach my house and I walk up the driveway. I open the front door and I step inside. The house is quiet. The clock is ticking. I go into the kitchen and I sit down at the table. I pick up the pen and I look at the piece of paper. I still cannot find the words to describe the geometry of the void, but I do not need to write it down. I carry it with me. I am the record. I look out the window and I see a single yellow leaf lying on the windowsill. It is the same leaf from before. It is still and silent. The world is holding its breath. I lean my head back and I close my eyes. I am tired. I have traveled across the universe and back again. I am home. But as I drift off to sleep, I feel a slight vibration in the floor. It is very faint. It is almost undetectable, but I know what it is. It is the first sign of the next exhalation. It is the sound of the hammer striking the anvil. It is the beginning of the stretch. I smile in the darkness. I am ready. I am the gap. I am the distance. I am the breath of the world. And the world is about to get very big. The vibration in the floorboards is not a sound, but a feeling that moves through the soles of my feet and into the marrow of my bones. It is the steady pulse of a giant who is waking from a long and heavy sleep. I sit in the kitchen chair and I watch the coffee in my mug. The surface of the liquid is perfectly still for 3 seconds and then it shivers. A tiny ring of motion starts at the ceramic edge and travels toward the center. It is a miniature version of the expansion. It is a map of the world that is about to come. I stand up and I walk to the front door. I do not lock it. There is no point in locking a door when the walls themselves are getting ready to move. I step out onto the porch and I look at the street. The sun is hanging low in the sky and it is the color of a bruised orange. It looks solid and heavy. It looks like something that could be caught in a net, but I know that the sun is a liar. I know that it is only a bright spot on a canvas that is being pulled from both ends. I see my neighbor across the street. His name is Mr. Henderson, and he is pushing a lawnmower. The machine makes a loud and angry noise that cuts through the afternoon air. Mr. Henderson is focused on the grass. He wants the blades to be exactly 2 inches tall. He wants the edges of his property to be sharp and defined. He is a man who believes in the rule of the yard. He believes that the dirt belongs to him because he has a piece of paper that says so. I want to call out to him. I want to tell him to let the grass grow. I want to tell him that the yard is about to become 1,000 miles wide, and his mower will never reach the end of it. But I remain silent. The words would not reach him. The air is already beginning to thin, and the distance between our houses is starting to stretch. I can see it in the way the telephone poles are leaning. They are not falling over. They are simply moving away from each other. The wires between them are humming as they are pulled tight. It is a high and lonely sound. It is the sound of the world being stretched like a piece of rubber. I walk down the steps of my porch and I begin to move toward the center of the town. I want to see the transition one more time. I want to watch the moment when the small world gives up the ghost. I pass the grocery store and the post office. The people inside are busy with their errands. They are buying milk and mailing letters. They are talking about the weather and the price of gasoline. They are living in the last few minutes of the cage, and they do not even know it. I reach the town square where the large clock tower stands. The hands of the clock are moving slowly. It is 5 minutes past 4 o'clock. I stand in the shadow of the tower and I wait. I feel the thudding in the earth getting stronger. It is a deep and rhythmic boom that makes the windows rattle in their frames. The people in the square stop walking. They look around with confused expressions. They think it is an earthquake. They think the ground is breaking. They are wrong. The ground is not breaking. It is growing. The first crack appears in the middle of the pavement. It is not a jagged line of broken stone. It is a smooth and clean separation. It is as if the road is a curtain that is being drawn open. I look into the crack and I do not see dirt or pipes or darkness. I see the white light. I see the liquid silk radiance that I remember from the chamber. It is leaking out from the center of the earth. It is filling the gaps as the world expands. The scream of the metal is the next thing I hear. The bridge at the edge of town is the first to go. The iron girders are being pulled apart and the bolts are popping out like champagne corks. The wood is splintering into long and elegant fibers. The bridge is no longer a way to cross the water. It is a bridge of light that reaches into the violet sky. I watch as the cars on the bridge are carried away. They do not fall into the canyon. They float in the expansion. They become tiny silver dots in the vastness. I look at the people in the square. They are running now. They are trying to reach their cars and their homes. They are trying to find something solid to hold onto, but there is nothing solid left. The buildings are moving away from each other at a speed that the human eye cannot comprehend. The grocery store is suddenly a mile away. The post office is a glimmering shape on the horizon. The town of Blackwood Basin is dissolving into a sea of gray and white. I see a child standing near the fountain. He is crying because he cannot find his mother. His mother is only 10 feet away from him, but the space between them is growing faster than she can run. She is reaching out her hand, but her arm is stretching until it is 20 feet long. Her fingers are like thin white ribbons. She is not a woman anymore. She is a part of the geometry. She is becoming the distance. I feel the expansion taking hold of me as well. I do not run. I do not scream. I spread my arms wide and I let the light wash over me. I feel my leather boots dissolving. I feel the red scar on my arm turning into a streak of violet fire. I feel the weight of my name falling away. I am not a man from a small town. I am not a witness. I am the very breath that is pushing the stars apart. The clock tower begins to change. The bricks are pulling away from each other, and the clock face is expanding until it is the size of a lake. The hands of the clock are no longer measuring minutes. They are measuring the birth of galaxies. The sound of the ticking is replaced by the low and steady hum of the void. It is the music of the expansion. It is the song that Caleb told me about. I look up at the sky and I see the clouds stretching into long and thin veils of silver. The sun is no longer an orange ball. It is a wide and shimmering band of gold that circles the entire horizon. The sky is turning from blue to violet to a color that has no name. It is the color of the secret. It is the color of the heart of the breath. I begin to walk. I do not count my steps. I do not measure the distance. I move through the ruins of the small world and I see the beauty in the destruction. I see a bicycle that has become a constellation. I see a mailbox that has expanded into a tower of light. I see the remnants of the lives that people tried to lead. They are all beautiful now because they are no longer confined. They are no longer trapped in the cage of numbers. I find myself standing at the edge of the creek. The water is flowing upward again. It is a stream of pure energy that carries the memories of the earth into the infinite. I reach out and I touch the water. It does not prick my skin this time. It feels like a warm welcome. It feels like a homecoming. I look across the creek and I see a figure standing in the distance. It is not Caleb. It is a woman. She is tall and her hair is made of silver glass. She is wearing a dress that is woven from the light of the stars. She is looking at me and she is smiling. She is the woman from the stroller, but she is no longer broken. She is no longer tired. She is a queen of the expansion. She is a guardian of the void. She beckons to me. She wants me to follow her into the deeper parts of the breath. She wants me to see the places where the light is even brighter and the silence is even louder. I take a step toward her, and the ground beneath my feet ripples like the surface of a pond. Every step I take creates a new world. Every breath I draw expands the universe by 1,000,000,000 miles. I think about the man on the porch and the wooden bear. I think about the man on the trail who is still looking for a sign. I realize that they are all within me. I am the forest and the bridge and the house with the yellow wallpaper. I am the memory of the sun and the reality of the gray. I am the beginning and the end of the cycle. The world continues to exhale. The stars move further apart until they are lonely sparks in the darkness. The galaxies stretch until they are thin and translucent. The loneliness is coming. I can feel it in the cold wind that blows through my mind. It is a vast and terrible loneliness that would crush a human heart. But I do not have a human heart anymore. I have a heart that is made of the expansion. I have a heart that is big enough to hold the silence. I reach the woman and she takes my hand. Her touch is like a spark of electricity that travels through my entire being. She does not speak, but I hear her thoughts in the vibration of the light. She tells me that we are the architects of the next world. She tells me that we are the ones who will decide the shape of the next cage. We will choose the length of the inch and the weight of the pound. We will decide how many minutes are in an hour and how many miles are in a journey. I look at her and I shake my head. I do not want to build a cage. I do not want to create a world of numbers. I want the expansion to last forever. I want the world to be vast and honest and empty. I want to be the distance that never ends. The woman smiles and her eyes are full of a sad wisdom. She tells me that the inhalation is inevitable. She tells me that the world cannot breathe out forever. Eventually, it will become too thin. It will become a ghost of itself. It will need to pull the light back in. It will need to feel the heat and the pressure of the small world. It will need to remember what it is like to be solid. I understand then that the cycle is not a punishment. It is a necessity. The world needs to be small so that it can appreciate being big. It needs to be crowded so that it can appreciate the silence. It needs to be a cage so that it can appreciate the freedom of the expansion. We walk together toward the horizon that is no longer a line. We pass through clouds of gray dust that are the remains of the old mountains. We pass through fields of glass grass that chime like bells in the wind. We move toward the center of the breath where the pillar of stone stands waiting for us. As we walk, I see the glass sphere again. It is floating in the white light, and it is glowing with a soft and steady radiance. Inside the sphere, I see the man on the trail. He has reached the bridge. He is standing in the middle of the wooden planks, and he is looking down at the water. He is afraid. He can feel the world stretching beneath his feet. He can feel the cage rusting away. I want to reach into the sphere and tell him that it is okay. I want to tell him that the fear is just the beginning of the beauty. I want to tell him that he is about to become something much larger than a man, but I know that he must find his own way. He must experience the terror of the transition so that he can appreciate the peace of the expansion. We reach the pillar of stone, and I see that the symbols are shifting faster than before. They are flashing with a brilliant light that illuminates the entire void. The blueprints of the expansion are being rewritten. The equations of the breath are being updated. We are the witnesses to the change. We are the carriers of the new code. The woman places her hand on the stone, and I place mine next to hers. The thudding stops for a single heartbeat. The silence is so heavy that it feels as if the universe has stopped breathing. And then the vibration begins again. It is a low and steady rhythm that starts at the base of the pillar and travels up through our arms and into our chests. The world begins to inhale. I feel the pull of the contraction. It is a powerful and irresistible force that is drawing everything back toward the center. The silver trees are shrinking. The glass grass is turning back into green blades. The white light is fading into the blue of the sky. The distance is closing. The 1,000 miles are becoming 5 miles again. I look at the woman and I see that she is changing. Her hair of silver glass is turning into brown curls. Her dress of starlight is turning into a simple cotton gown. She is becoming the woman with the stroller. She is becoming a person with a name and a life and a memory of the sun. I look at my own hands and I see the leather boots returning. I see the red scar on my arm becoming solid and real. I feel the weight of my body returning. I feel the gravity of the small world pulling me down. I am becoming a man again. I am entering the cage. But as the world gets smaller and the buildings move closer together, I do not feel a sense of loss. I feel a sense of purpose. I know that I will carry the secret with me. I will be the man in the kitchen who hears the silence between the ticks of the clock. I will be the man on the porch who watches the yellow leaf and knows that it is a map of the infinite. The contraction is complete. I am standing in the middle of the town square in Blackwood Basin. The clock tower is solid and the hands are pointing to 10 minutes past 4 o'clock. The people are walking on the sidewalks and the cars are driving on the roads. Everything looks normal. Everything looks small. I walk toward my house and I see Mr. Henderson. He is still pushing his lawnmower. He has finished the front yard and he is moving toward the back. He looks up and waves at me. I wave back. He does not know that he was just a shadow in a sea of gray. He does not know that his yard was once 1,000 miles wide. He is happy in his cage of 2-inch grass. I reach my front door and I walk inside. I go into the kitchen and I sit down at the table. I pick up the pen and I look at the piece of paper. The words are still not there, but I do not need them. I am the record. I am the witness. I look out the window and I see the yellow leaf. It is still there. It is a small and simple thing, but I know that it is only waiting. I know that the world is holding its breath, and I know that sooner or later the expansion will begin again. I will be ready. I will be the gap. I am the distance. I am the breath of the world. The kitchen is silent once more, but the silence is different now. It is heavy with the weight of the return. I sit at the wooden table and I place my hands flat against the surface. The wood feels rough and cold. It feels honest. I can feel the grain of the oak and the small dents where years of meals and conversations have left their mark. This is the texture of the small world. This is the friction that keeps us from sliding into the infinite. I look at the clock on the wall and I watch the second hand jerk forward. Each movement is a tiny victory of order over chaos. Each tick is a reminder that we are back in the box where time has a beginning and an end. I stand up and I walk to the sink. I turn the cold water handle and I listen to the pipes groan. The sound is metallic and strained. It is the sound of a system that is trying to hold itself together. I fill a glass with water and I drink it slowly. The liquid is cold and it tastes of minerals and old earth. It is the most real thing I have ever felt. I can feel it moving down my throat and settling in my stomach. I am a container again. I am a vessel for the mundane. I look at my reflection in the window and I see a face that is tired and lined. My eyes are the same color as the sky before a storm. They are the eyes of a man who has seen the curtains of the universe pulled back. I leave the kitchen and I walk into the living room. The furniture is all in its place. The television is a dark and empty rectangle in the corner. The books on the shelf are standing in neat rows. They are full of stories about people who think that their lives are the center of the cosmos. I reach out and I touch the spine of a book about history. It feels light and thin. All of human history is just a single heartbeat in the great exhalation. All of our wars and our discoveries and our songs are just the dust that rises when the blanket is shaken. I feel a sudden wave of exhaustion wash over me. It is not the exhaustion of travel, but the exhaustion of being solid. It takes a great deal of energy to remain a single shape. I lie down on the sofa and I stare at the ceiling. I can see the faint patterns in the plaster. I can see the places where the paint is starting to peel. In the expansion, those cracks would have been canyons of violet fire. Here they are just signs of neglect. I close my eyes and I try to remember the face of the woman with the silver hair. I try to hold onto the feeling of her hand in mine, but the memory is already starting to fade. The small world is jealous of the secret. It wants to bury the truth under a layer of chores and worries. It wants me to think about the electric bill and the leaking roof. It wants me to forget that I am the breath. I must have fallen asleep because when I open my eyes, the room is dark. The only light comes from the street lamp outside the window. It casts long and distorted shadows across the floor. I sit up and I listen. The house is quiet, but it is not the quiet of peace. It is the quiet of waiting. I know that the cycle has not ended. It has only paused. The inhalation is a slow and steady process. It will take years or decades or centuries for the world to become small enough to explode again. But I will be here. I will be the one who remembers the scale of the transition. I get up and I walk to the front door. I step out onto the porch and I breathe in the night air. It is cool and damp. I can smell the scent of wet grass and wood smoke. Across the street, the house of Mr. Henderson is dark. He is asleep in his bed dreaming of straight lines and mowed lawns. He does not know that the darkness is just a temporary state. He does not know that the stars above him are moving closer every second. I look up at the sky and I see the Great Bear and the North Star. They look fixed and eternal. They look like diamonds pinned to a velvet cloth, but I know that they are drifting. I know that they are being pulled back toward the center by an invisible hand. I walk down the steps and I begin to walk through the neighborhood. The streets are empty and the houses are like silent sentinels. I pass the park where the swings are swaying gently in the breeze. The chains make a soft, clinking sound that reminds me of the bridge. I find myself walking toward the edge of town where the woods begin. I want to see the path again. I want to see if the markers are still there. I enter the forest and the air becomes thick with the smell of pine and rotting leaves. The ground is soft beneath my feet. I do not need a flashlight. My eyes have adjusted to the gloom, and I can see the faint outlines of the trees. I find the trail and I follow it deep into the shadows. The forest feels different tonight. It feels crowded. The trees are huddled together as if they are trying to share a secret. I reach the clearing where the stone pillar stood. The pillar is gone. In its place there is only a circle of bare earth. There are no symbols and there is no light. It is just a patch of dirt in the middle of the woods. I kneel down and I touch the ground. It is warm. The heat is deep and steady. It is the heat of the heart of the world. I know that the pillar is still there in the other dimension. It is just hidden from the eyes of the small world. It is the anchor that holds the two realities together. I stay in the clearing for a long time. I listen to the sounds of the night. I hear the hoot of an owl and the rustle of a small animal in the undergrowth. These are the sounds of the cage. They are small and beautiful and tragic. I think about Caleb and the woman and the man on the bridge. I wonder if they are also sitting in their own small rooms tonight. I wonder if they are looking at their own yellow leaves and feeling the weight of the silence. We are a brotherhood of the void. We are the ones who have been chosen to carry the record of the expansion. We are the ones who know that the walls are a lie. I stand up and I begin the walk back to the house. As I emerge from the woods, I see the first light of dawn on the horizon. The sky is turning a pale shade of gray. The sun is preparing to rise and tell its daily lie. It will tell the people of Blackwood Basin that today is just like yesterday. It will tell them that the world is solid and safe and permanent, and they will believe it. They will wake up and drink their coffee and go to their jobs, and they will never look at the gaps between the atoms. They will never see the liquid silk radiance that is waiting to pour out. I reach my porch and I sit down in the rocking chair. I watch the sun climb higher in the sky. I watch the shadows retreat and the colors of the world return. The green of the grass and the red of the bricks and the blue of the sky are all very bright and very thin. I can see through them if I look hard enough. I can see the gray dust and the white light shimmering just beneath the surface. I am the gap. I am the distance. I am the breath of the world. A car drives past the house and the driver waves at me. It is the mail carrier. He is starting his rounds. He has a bag full of letters and packages. He is delivering news from one part of the cage to another. I wave back at him and I smile. I am not angry at the cage anymore. I am not afraid of the smallness. I realize that the cage is a work of art. It is a complex and beautiful construction that allows us to feel the sun on our skin and the wind in our hair. It is a temporary shelter from the vastness of the void. I go back inside and I pick up the pen. I look at the piece of paper. I do not try to describe the geometry of the void anymore. Instead, I write a single word. I write the word home. It is a small word, but it is big enough to hold everything. It is the anchor and the sail. It is the beginning and the end. I put the pen down and I walk to the window. The yellow leaf is gone. The wind must have taken it during the night. It is out there somewhere in the world, moving through the streets and the fields. It is a part of the expansion and a part of the contraction. It is a part of the breath. I feel a sense of peace settle over me. The vibration in the floor is gone. The thudding in the earth has faded into a low hum that I can only hear if I listen very closely. The world is stable for now. The inhalation is steady and slow. I have time. I have years of small moments and quiet afternoons. I have the weight of the ceramic mug and the sound of the ticking clock. I have the memory of the light and the reality of the gray. I walk to the stove and I put on a pot of tea. I listen to the whistle of the kettle and I watch the steam rise into the air. The steam curls and twists in the light, and for a moment I see the shape of a galaxy in the vapor. I see the spiral arms and the glowing center, and then it vanishes. It becomes just steam again. It becomes a part of the kitchen. I pour the tea into a cup and I take a sip. It is hot and bitter and perfect. I sit at the table and I look out at the street. Mr. Henderson is coming out of his house. He is carrying a rake. He is going to gather the leaves that have fallen during the night. He is going to put them in neat piles and bag them up. He is going to try to keep the world tidy. I watch him for a while and I feel a great deal of affection for him. He is a brave man. He is fighting a war against the infinite with a plastic rake and a pair of work gloves. He is a hero of the small world. I finish my tea and I stand up. I have things to do. I have a house to clean and a life to lead. I have a role to play in the grand design of the cage, but as I move through the rooms, I carry the secret with me. I feel the stretch in my bones and the light in my blood. I know that I am more than a man in a house. I am a witness to the breathing of the cosmos. I am the record of the transition. The day passes slowly and quietly. I go to the grocery store and I buy bread and milk. I talk to the cashier about the weather. I tell her that it is a beautiful afternoon. She smiles and agrees. She does not see the violet fire in my eyes. She does not see the way the shelves are leaning away from each other. She sees a man buying groceries. She sees the world she expects to see. I pay for my items and I walk out into the sunlight. The sun feels warm on my face. It is a good lie. It is a warm and golden lie that makes the world feel real. I walk home and I put the groceries away. I sit on the porch and I watch the sun go down. The sky turns from orange to pink to deep purple. The stars begin to appear one by one. I look for the woman with the silver hair, but I do not see her. I know she is out there in the deeper parts of the breath. She is waiting for the next expansion. She is waiting for the moment when the light returns and the walls fall down. I go inside and I lock the door, not because I am afraid, but because it is what people do in the small world. They lock their doors to keep the darkness out. They lock their doors to feel safe. I turn off the lights and I go to my bedroom. I lie down in the bed and I listen to the silence. It is a loud and heavy silence. It is the sound of the universe holding its breath. I close my eyes and I feel the vibration starting again. It is very faint. It is almost undetectable, but I know what it is. It is the pulse of the giant. It is the first sign of the next movement. I do not smile this time. I do not scream. I simply lie there and I wait. I am ready for the smallness and I am ready for the bigness. I am ready for the cage and I am ready for the void. I am the gap between the breaths. I am the distance between the stars. I am the record of the world. The clock on the nightstand ticks away the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each tick is a mile. Each tick is an eon. Each tick is a heartbeat. I fall asleep to the sound of the ticking and I dream of the white light. I dream of the liquid silk radiance and the silver trees. I dream of the man on the bridge and the woman with the stroller. We are all together in the expansion. We are all one in the breath. And when I wake up, the world will still be here. It will be small and solid and beautiful, and I will love it for its lies. I will love it for its limits, and I will wait for the moment when it decides to get very big again. The sun rises on another day in Blackwood Basin. I wake up and I stretch my arms. I feel the weight of my body and the warmth of the blankets. I am alive. I am here. I am a part of the cycle. I get out of bed and I walk to the window. I look out at the street and I see a single yellow leaf lying on the sidewalk. It is a new leaf. It is a fresh sign. I smile and I go to the kitchen to start the coffee. The world is breathing, and for now that is enough. I spend the morning tending to the small things. I wash the dishes and I sweep the floor. I fix a loose hinge on the cupboard door. These tasks feel important. They are the rituals of the cage. They are the ways we acknowledge the rules of the world. I find a certain joy in the repetition. I find a certain peace in the order. I am building a foundation for the next expansion. I am making sure that the record is clean and clear. In the afternoon, I go for a walk in the town square. I sit on a bench and I watch the children playing near the fountain. They are running and laughing, and they do not have a care in the world. They do not know that the fountain is a temporary arrangement of atoms. They do not know that the water is a stream of energy from the void. They are happy in the present moment. They are the true masters of the small world. They live in the now, and they do not worry about the then. I look at the clock tower and I see that it is exactly 3 o'clock. The bells begin to chime. The sound is clear and resonant. It echoes through the square and it fills the air with a sense of permanence. I close my eyes and I let the sound wash over me. I feel the vibrations in my chest. I feel the connection to the stone and the metal. I am a part of the town. I am a part of the history. I am a part of the breath. As I walk home, I pass the library. I decide to go inside. The building is old and it smells of paper and dust. I walk through the aisles and I look at the titles on the shelves. There are thousands of books here, thousands of attempts to explain the world, thousands of maps of the cage. I find a book about astronomy and I open it to a page about the expansion of the universe. The author talks about dark energy and the Big Bang. He uses numbers and equations to describe the movement of the stars. He is trying to measure the breath with a ruler. He is trying to weigh the void with a scale. I put the book back on the shelf. The numbers are not wrong, but they are not the whole truth. They are just the shadows of the truth. They are the marks we make on the wall of the cave. The true expansion cannot be measured. It can only be felt. It can only be witnessed. I leave the library and I step back out into the sunlight. The world feels a little thinner now. The colors are a little brighter. The edges are a little sharper. The inhalation is reaching its peak. The lungs of the world are full. I reach my house and I sit on the porch. I watch the sun go down for the second time since my return. The transition is coming. I can feel it in the air. I can feel it in the ground. The world is getting ready to let go. It is getting ready to exhale. I am not afraid. I am the gap. I am the distance. I am the breath. And the world is about to get very big. I stand up and I walk to the center of the yard. I spread my arms wide and I look up at the sky. The stars are starting to twinkle. They are starting to move. I can see the lines of light connecting them. I can see the patterns of the new geometry. I feel the vibration in the soles of my feet. It is no longer a faint hum. It is a deep and rhythmic boom. The hammer is striking the anvil. The stretch is beginning. I smile in the darkness. I am ready. I am the record. I am the witness. I am the one who will see it all. The world begins to expand. The walls of the houses pull away from each other. The trees stretch toward the clouds. The ground opens up to reveal the white light. I feel my body dissolving into the radiance. I feel my name falling away. I am the breath of the world, and the world is finally free. The white light is not a color, but a destination. It is the sound of 1,000 orchestras tuning their instruments at the same moment. I feel the molecules of my skin drifting away from each other like seeds on a summer breeze. My hands are no longer solid tools for gripping ceramic mugs or turning brass doorknobs. They are maps of glowing veins and shimmering points of energy. The porch beneath my feet is stretching. The wood grain expands until the individual fibers are as wide as riverbeds. I can see the sap inside the timber pulsing with a slow and ancient rhythm. The house behind me is no longer a square box of shadow. It is a series of interconnected planes that are sliding across the fabric of the night. The street lamp across the road is a fountain of violet sparks. The glass housing has shattered, but the light does not fall. It hangs in the air in a perfect sphere of radiance. I look toward the house of Mr. Henderson, and I see that the brick walls have become translucent. I can see him sleeping in his bed. He is a small and fragile collection of bones and dreams. He is wrapped in a blanket of blue wool that is now a vast landscape of woven canyons. He does not wake up. He does not see the way the ceiling of his bedroom has drifted toward the moon. He is still tethered to the idea of the floor and the four walls. I want to call out to him. I want to tell him that the rake and the lawn are gone, but my voice is a ripple in a lake of silver. It has no words. It only has frequency. The trees at the edge of the woods are growing taller by the second. Their branches are reaching out to touch the stars. The leaves are no longer green or yellow. They are prisms that catch the light from the center of the galaxy and break it into a million different shades of impossible color. I feel the gravity of the earth loosening its grip on my heels. I am floating an inch above the grass. The blades of grass are like tall emerald towers. I can see the dew on them. Each drop of water is a miniature world containing its own sun and its own clouds. I realize that there is no such thing as small. There is only the perspective of the observer. In the expansion, everything is infinite. I turn my gaze toward the center of the town. The clock tower is a pillar of gold. The bells are ringing, but the sound does not travel through the air. It travels through my bones. Each strike of the hammer is a wave of warmth that pushes the boundaries of my spirit further out. I am no longer confined to the yard. I am the yard. I am the street. I am the row of houses and the sleeping dogs and the silent cars. I feel the presence of the others. I feel the woman with the silver hair. She is standing on a ridge of light somewhere far above the valley. She is looking down at the unfolding of the world. Her hand is still warm in my memory, and now that warmth is a sun that heats the entire horizon. The man on the bridge is there too. He is standing in the middle of the river. The water is a flow of liquid diamonds that does not wet his clothes. He is holding a lantern that contains a captured star. He is guiding the transition. He is making sure that the flow of the expansion does not become a flood. We are the keepers of the geometry. We are the ones who hold the lines straight while the world tries to curl into a circle. I see Caleb sitting on the roof of his house. He is looking at his hands with an expression of pure wonder. He sees the light. He knows that the hunger he felt was just the void trying to find a way inside. Now the void is everywhere and he is full. The sky is no longer a dark canopy. It is a window into the heart of the engine. I can see the great gears of the cosmos turning. They are made of fire and ice. They move with a precision that makes the ticking of my bedside clock seem like a clumsy joke. The stars are not distant points of light anymore. They are neighbors. I can reach out and feel the heat of their breath. I can hear the songs they sing to each other across the empty spaces. The North Star is a giant eye that is watching the progress of the breath. It is a steady and calm presence in the middle of the swirling chaos. I feel a sudden pull from the woods. The clearing where the pillar stood is calling to me. I move through the air without effort. I glide over the fences and the bushes. I pass over the park where the swings are now long pendulums of light swinging through the clouds. The forest is a cathedral of glowing pillars. The smell of pine is so strong that it feels like a physical weight in my lungs. I reach the circle of bare earth, and I see that the pillar has returned. It is not made of stone this time. It is made of pure intention. It is a column of white fire that connects the earth to the center of the universe. I step into the light of the pillar. The sensation is like stepping into a warm bath. The last remnants of my physical self dissolve. I am a thought. I am a memory. I am a pulse. I look down and I see the entire world spread out beneath me. I see the continents shifting and the oceans rising. I see the history of humanity as a thin layer of dust on a beautiful blue marble. I see the wars and the songs and the discoveries. They are so small. They are so precious. I feel a wave of love for the people who are still sleeping in their beds. I love them for their ignorance, and I love them for their courage. They are living in a dream, and they are making the dream beautiful. The expansion continues until there is no more room for the light to grow. The universe is a single sheet of brilliant white radiance. There is no distance and there is no time. There is only the now. I am everywhere at once. I am the breath and I am the lungs. I am the voice and I am the silence. I stay in this state for what feels like 1,000 years and a single second. I learn the secrets of the geometry. I understand the reason for the cage. The cage is not a prison. It is a nursery. It is a place where the light can learn how to be solid. It is a place where the spirit can learn how to feel the warmth of the sun and the cold of the rain. Then the vibration changes. The deep boom of the hammer becomes a soft sigh. The tension in the light begins to slacken. The inhalation is over. The great lungs of the world have reached their capacity. Now comes the pause. It is the moment between the breaths. It is the moment of perfect stillness. I hang in the white light and I wait. I know what comes next. The contraction is not a violent thing. It is a gentle folding. It is the way a mother tucks a child into bed. The light begins to dim. The stars retreat to their distant corners. The violet sparks of the street lamp fade into a dull orange glow. The houses of Blackwood Basin slide back into their places. The bricks become solid and the wood becomes opaque. I feel the weight of my bones returning. I feel the gravity of the earth pulling at my heels. I am falling back into the shape of a man. I am falling back into the cage. I open my eyes and I am standing in my yard. The sun is just beginning to peek over the horizon. The sky is a pale and dusty blue. The grass is wet with dew and the air is cool. I look at my hands. They are solid and pale. They have lines and wrinkles. They are the hands of a man who lives in a house. I look at the house of Mr. Henderson. The walls are red brick and the windows are dark. He is still asleep. He did not see the violet fire. He did not see the canyons in his blanket. He will wake up in an hour and he will eat his toast and he will rake his leaves. I walk back to the porch and I sit in the rocking chair. My body feels heavy and tired. It takes so much energy to be a single thing, but I do not mind the weight. I reach out and I touch the wood of the chair. It feels rough and real. I look at the street and I see the mail carrier driving his truck. He is a mile away. He is moving toward me at 30 miles an hour. He will be here in 2 minutes. The numbers are back. The measurements are back. The rules of the small world are in effect once more. I go inside and I look at the piece of paper on the table. The word home is still there. It is written in blue ink. It looks like a small and lonely word on the white page, but I know what it means now. It means the place where the light and the dark meet. It means the place where the breath is held. I pick up the pen and I draw a circle around the word. It is a small gesture, but it feels like a victory. I walk to the kitchen and I fill the kettle with water. I listen to the sound of the tap. The water is just water now. It is clear and cold. It does not contain any suns or clouds. I turn on the stove and I wait for the heat to rise. I watch the blue flame. It is a small and controlled fire. It is a part of the cage. I am hungry. I want a piece of toast with butter. I want the taste of salt and the crunch of the bread. I want to feel the simple pleasures of being alive in a solid world. The kettle begins to whistle. It is a sharp and piercing sound. It cuts through the silence of the morning. I pour the water into the mug and I watch the steam rise. It does not look like a galaxy this time. It just looks like steam. I take the mug to the table and I sit down. I look out the window at the yellow leaf on the sidewalk. It is still there. It is a small piece of dead plant matter. It is a sign of autumn. It is a sign of the passing of time. I realize that I have a long time to wait before the next expansion. It might be decades. It might be centuries. I might be an old man with white hair and a cane. I might be gone entirely and someone else will be sitting in this chair, but the record will remain. The memory of the light will stay in the wood of the house and the stone of the street. I am the witness. I am the one who remembers the scale of the transition. I finish my tea and I stand up. I have work to do. I have a life to lead. I walk to the front door and I open it. I step out onto the porch and I breathe in the morning air. It is fresh and clean. I look up at the sky and I see the moon fading in the daylight. It looks like a pale ghost. I smile and I wave at Mr. Henderson as he comes out of his house with his rake. He waves back and he calls out a greeting. He tells me that it is going to be a cold winter. I tell him that he is probably right. I walk down the steps and I begin to walk toward the town square. I want to see the children playing near the fountain. I want to see the library and the clock tower. I want to be a part of the small world for as long as it lasts. I am not a stranger anymore. I am a neighbor. I am a citizen of Blackwood Basin. I am a man who buys bread and milk and talks about the weather. The vibration in the ground is gone. The thudding of the heart has stopped. The world is quiet. The world is safe. The world is a beautiful lie. I walk through the streets and I feel the sun on my face. I feel the wind in my hair. I am happy. I am at peace. I know the truth and I love the lie. I am the breath of the world and the world is breathing with me. I reach the fountain and I sit on the bench. The water is splashing and the sun is shining. A small bird lands on the rim of the fountain and takes a drink. It looks at me with its black eyes and then it flies away. It is a small moment. It is a perfect moment. I close my eyes and I listen to the sound of the water. I feel the weight of my body and the warmth of the sun. I am here. I am alive. And for now, that is everything. I stay on the bench for a long time. I watch the shadows move across the square. I watch the people going about their business. They are all so busy and they are all so brave. They are building their lives on the edge of the infinite and they are doing it with a smile. I feel a great sense of pride in them. We are a wonderful species. We are the architects of the cage and the dreamers of the void. When the sun begins to set, I walk back to my house. I go inside and I turn on the television. I watch the news and I listen to the reports of the small world. There are stories about politics and sports and the weather. There are stories about people who think that their lives are the center of the cosmos. I listen to them and I do not judge them. I understand them. I am one of them. I turn off the television and I go to the window. I look up at the stars. They are fixed and eternal. They are diamonds pinned to a velvet cloth. I know that they are drifting. I know that they are being pulled back toward the center. But tonight they are just stars. Tonight they are just a part of the view. I close the curtains and I go to bed. I fall asleep to the sound of the ticking clock and I dream of the small things. I dream of the yellow leaf and the ceramic mug and the smell of wet grass. I dream of home, and when I wake up the world is still there. It is small and solid and beautiful, and I am ready for another day. I spend the next week painting the kitchen. I choose a shade of soft white that reminds me of the light but does not overwhelm the room. I spend hours standing on a ladder and moving the brush back and forth. The smell of the paint is sharp and clean. It covers the old stains and the peeling patches. It makes the room feel new. It makes the cage feel fresh. Mr. Henderson comes over one afternoon and brings me a plate of cookies. He says that his wife made too many and he thought I might like some. I thank him and I invite him in. We sit at the table and we talk about the local football team. He is very passionate about the team. He knows all the players and all the statistics. I listen to him and I nod. I tell him that I hope they win their next game. He smiles and he says that he has a good feeling about it. After he leaves, I eat one of the cookies. It is sweet and crunchy and it tastes of cinnamon. It is a very good cookie. I look at the empty plate and I feel a sense of profound gratitude. I am grateful for the cookies and the paint and the football team. I am grateful for the small talk and the neighborly gestures. These are the things that hold the world together. These are the threads that make the fabric of the cage strong enough to withstand the pressure of the infinite. I finish the kitchen and then I start on the garden. I pull the weeds and I prune the bushes. I plant some bulbs that will bloom in the spring. I dig my hands into the dirt and I feel the coolness of the earth. It is a solid and dependable feeling. I am planting life in the middle of the transition. I am making a bet on the future. I am saying that the world will still be here when the flowers come up. I am saying that the breath will continue. One evening, I find myself walking back toward the woods. I do not go all the way to the clearing. I just stand at the edge of the trees and I look in. The forest is dark and quiet. There are no glowing pillars and there is no white fire. It is just a group of trees in the night. I stay there for a minute and then I turn around and I go back to the street. I do not need to see the pillar anymore. I know it is there. I carry it with me in my heart. I am the anchor. I reach my house and I sit on the porch. The air is cold now. Winter is coming. I can feel it in the wind. I look up at the sky and I see a shooting star. It is a bright streak of light that lasts for a second and then vanishes. It is a small and beautiful event. It is a part of the expansion and a part of the contraction. I close my eyes and I make a wish. I do not wish for the light to return. I do not wish for the walls to fall down. I wish for the strength to be a good witness. I wish for the wisdom to love the small world for as long as it lasts. I go inside and I lock the door. I turn off the lights and I go to my bedroom. I lie down in the bed and I listen to the silence. It is a peaceful silence tonight. It is the sound of a world that is comfortable in its own skin. I close my eyes and I feel the slow and steady rhythm of the breath, in and out, expansion and contraction. The cycle continues, and I am a part of it. I am the gap between the seconds. I am the distance between the stars. I am the record of the world. And I am finally home. The winter arrives with a quiet intensity that blankets the valley in a layer of frozen lace. The temperature drops until the air becomes a sharp blade that cuts into the lungs with every inhalation. I spend my mornings clearing the snow from the porch and the walkway. The shovel makes a rhythmic scraping sound against the concrete. It is a grounding noise. It reminds me that I have a physical form and a physical responsibility to this small patch of earth. The snow is heavy and white. It is not the white of the infinite pillar, but the white of frozen water. It has a weight and a texture. It melts when it touches the warmth of my skin. I find a strange comfort in the way the cold makes my joints ache. The pain is a reminder that the cage is solid and that I am still inside of it. I walk to the grocery store on Tuesday afternoon. The streets are quiet and the sky is the color of a bruised plum. I see the woman with the silver hair standing outside the post office. She is wearing a heavy wool coat and a blue scarf. She looks at me, and for a brief second I see a spark of recognition in her eyes. It is not a look of friendship or a look of curiosity. It is the look of a fellow traveler who has seen the same map. We do not speak. We do not need to speak. The frequency of the expansion is still humming in the marrow of our bones. She nods once and then she turns to walk away. Her footsteps leave shallow impressions in the fresh powder. I watch her until she disappears around the corner of the hardware store. I realize then that there are others scattered throughout the town. We are the silent sentinels. We are the ones who know that the foundation of the world is made of light and geometry. The days become shorter and the nights become a vast ocean of shadow. I sit in my living room with a single lamp burning on the side table. I do not read the books on the shelf and I do not listen to the radio. I simply sit and listen to the house breathe. The wood expands and contracts with the changing temperature. The pipes groan in the walls. The wind whistles through the gaps in the window frames. It is a symphony of the mundane. I think about Caleb and the wonder he felt on the roof. I wonder if he still sees the light when he closes his eyes. I wonder if he still feels the hunger. I suspect that he does not. Once you have been filled by the void, there is no room for the small appetites of the earth. He is probably living a quiet life now. He is probably finding beauty in the shape of a spoon or the way the dust motes dance in a beam of sunlight. I decide to visit the library on a Wednesday morning. The building is an old stone structure with high ceilings and tall windows. The smell of old paper and leather is thick in the air. I walk through the aisles and I run my fingers over the spines of the books. There are thousands of stories here. There are records of kings and explorers and scientists. There are poems about love and loss. There are maps of places that no longer exist. I find a book about the history of the valley and I take it to a table near the back. I read about the people who settled this land 200 years ago. They were farmers and loggers. They were people who fought the wilderness and built a town out of the mud and the timber. They did not know about the expansion. They did not know about the pillar of fire. Or perhaps they did. Perhaps they called it something else. Perhaps they saw the violet light and thought it was a sign from a god or a trick of the atmosphere. I look at a photograph of the town square from the year 1885. The clock tower is there. The fountain is there. The trees are smaller, but the geometry is the same. The lines of the streets and the placement of the buildings follow a pattern that feels familiar. I realize that the town was built on the ley lines of the transition. The people who designed the layout were not just architects. They were unconscious keepers of the geometry. They were drawing the lines of the cage without even knowing why. They were creating a stable environment for the spirit to grow. I feel a deep sense of connection to these long-dead strangers. We are all part of the same long breath. We are all contributors to the dream. I leave the library and I walk toward the bridge where I saw the man with the lantern. The river is frozen over now. The water is a thick sheet of gray ice that looks like hammered lead. There is no flow of liquid diamonds. There is no captured star. The bridge is just a structure of iron and wood. I stand in the middle of the span and I look down at the frozen surface. I remember the warmth of the hammer strike in my bones. I remember the feeling of being the river and the bridge and the sky all at once. Now I am just a man standing on a cold piece of engineering, but the memory is enough. The memory is a pilot light that stays lit in the darkest part of my soul. It prevents the cold from reaching the center. I go to the diner for lunch. The room is warm and the air smells of fried onions and coffee. I sit at the counter and I order a bowl of soup. The waitress is a young woman with tired eyes and a kind smile. She asks me how I am doing and I tell her that I am doing well. I tell her that I like the snow. She laughs and says that she cannot wait for summer. She says that she is tired of wearing 3 layers of clothes every time she goes outside. I smile and I agree with her. I do not tell her that the layers are what keep us from dissolving. I do not tell her that the cold is a necessary boundary. I just eat my soup and I listen to the murmur of the other customers. They are talking about the price of heating oil and the upcoming school board election. They are focused on the details of the small world. They are the guardians of the solid. I finish my meal and I leave a tip on the counter. The coins are cold and heavy in my hand. I walk back to my house and I see Mr. Henderson struggling with a heavy bag of salt. I walk over to him and I take the bag from his arms. He looks surprised and then he smiles. He thanks me and he says that his back is not what it used to be. I tell him that I am happy to help. I carry the bag to his porch and I rip it open for him. We spend a few minutes spreading the salt over the icy patches on his steps. He tells me that he is planning to visit his daughter in the city for the holidays. He says that he is looking forward to seeing his grandchildren. I tell him that sounds like a wonderful trip. I feel a surge of affection for this man. He is so rooted in the present. He is so committed to the rituals of his life. He is a master of the cage. I return to my own porch and I sit in the rocking chair for a moment. The sun is beginning to set and the shadows are lengthening across the snow. The sky is a pale shade of gold and pink. I look at the trees at the edge of the woods. They are dark silhouettes against the horizon. They are not reaching for the stars anymore. They are just trees waiting for the spring. I think about the pillar of white fire. I think about the moment when I was a thought and a memory. I wonder if the light misses the solid world. I wonder if the infinite feels a sense of longing for the boundaries of the house and the yard. I suspect that it does. I suspect that the expansion is a search for meaning, and the contraction is the integration of that meaning into the physical. I go inside and I make a pot of tea. I sit at the kitchen table and I look at the circle I drew around the word home. The ink has faded slightly, but the mark is still there. It is my own personal geometry. It is my way of holding the line. I realize that I do not need to wait for the next expansion to feel the light. I can find it in the steam from the tea. I can find it in the crunch of the snow. I can find it in the kindness of a neighbor. The light is always there. It is just folded into the shapes of the world. It is hidden in the mundane and the ordinary. My job is to see it. My job is to remember that the cage is a nursery. The weeks pass and the winter deepens. I spend my time maintaining the house and tending to the small tasks of daily life. I paint the bedroom. I fix a leaking faucet in the bathroom. I organize the pantry. Each task is a meditation. Each movement is a prayer to the solid. I find that I am no longer restless. The hunger that used to gnaw at my stomach is gone. I am full of the void and the light and the memory of the silver lake. I am content to be a single thing in a world of single things. On the night of the winter solstice, I walk out into the yard. The air is perfectly still. The stars are bright and cold. I look up at the North Star and I see it as the giant eye once again. It is not watching with judgment. It is watching with a steady and calm observation. It is the witness of the witness. I stand in the snow and I breathe in the cold air. I feel the expansion and the contraction of my own lungs. I feel the rhythm of the world beneath my feet. I am the gap between the seconds. I am the distance between the stars. I am the record of the world. I look at the house of Mr. Henderson. The windows are dark now. He is asleep. He is dreaming of the city and his grandchildren. He is dreaming of a world that is solid and safe. I hope that his dream is beautiful. I hope that he feels the warmth of the sun in his sleep. I look at the trees and the street and the silent cars. I love them all. I love the lie and I love the truth. I love the transition and I love the stability. I turn around and I walk back to my door. I step inside and I lock the bolt. The sound of the metal sliding into place is a final and satisfying click. I am home. I am here. And for now that is everything. The next morning the sun rises over a world that is crisp and new. I wake up and I stretch my limbs. My body feels strong and capable. I go to the kitchen and I start the kettle. I look out the window and I see a deer standing at the edge of the woods. It is a beautiful animal with large brown eyes and a coat of thick fur. It looks at me for a long moment and then it turns and leaps into the shadows of the trees. It is a small moment of grace. It is a gift from the forest. I smile and I pour the water into my mug. The steam rises in a gentle swirl. I take a sip of the tea and I feel the warmth spread through my chest. It is a good day to be alive. It is a good day to be a man in a house in a town in a valley. I spend the afternoon reading the history book I borrowed from the library. I learn about the great flood that happened 80 years ago. The river rose and covered the streets of the town. The people had to evacuate to the hills. They lost their homes and their businesses, but they came back. They waited for the water to recede and then they rebuilt. They cleaned the mud out of the cellars and they replaced the broken glass. They did not give up on the dream. They held the lines straight while the world tried to curl into a circle. I find a great deal of inspiration in their resilience. They understood the nature of the contraction. They knew that the darkness is just a temporary state. They knew that the light would return. I look at the clock on the wall. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The numbers are clear and bold. The ticking is steady and reliable. I have 3 hours of daylight left. I decide to go for a walk in the park. I want to see the swings that were once pendulums of light. I want to see the trees that were once prisms. I put on my coat and my boots and I head out into the cold. The park is empty and quiet. The playground is covered in a layer of untouched snow. I walk to the swings and I sit on one of the black rubber seats. I push off with my feet and I begin to swing back and forth. The chains creak in the cold air. I look up at the sky and I feel the wind on my face. I am not swinging through the clouds. I am just swinging in a park in Blackwood Basin. But the feeling of movement is the same. The feeling of being suspended between the earth and the sky is the same. I stay on the swing for a long time. I watch the sun dip below the horizon. I watch the first stars appear in the darkening sky. I feel a sense of profound peace. I am no longer afraid of the void. I am no longer afraid of the expansion. I am a part of the engine, and the engine is beautiful. I am a keeper of the geometry, and the geometry is perfect. I stand up and I walk back toward the street. I see the mail carrier driving his truck toward the post office. He is finished for the day. He is going home to his family. I wave at him and he honks his horn in greeting. It is a small and simple interaction. It is a thread in the fabric of the cage. I reach my house and I see that the porch light is on. I must have left it on when I went out. The yellow glow is a warm and welcoming sight. It is a beacon in the winter night. I walk up the steps and I enter the house. The air inside is warm and smells of pine and old paper. I go to the kitchen and I start to prepare my dinner. I chop the vegetables and I brown the meat. I listen to the sound of the knife against the wooden board. I listen to the sizzle of the pan. These are the sounds of a life being lived. These are the sounds of the solid world. After dinner, I sit in the living room and I look at the painting I did on the kitchen walls. The soft white color is perfect. It reflects the light from the lamp and makes the room feel spacious and clean. I am glad that I chose that color. I am glad that I took the time to do the work. I realize that the act of maintenance is an act of love. It is a way of honoring the nursery. It is a way of saying thank you to the infinite for giving us a place to be solid. I go to the window and I look out at the street. The snow is falling again. The flakes are large and soft. They drift down through the air like silent memories. I watch them accumulate on the branches of the trees and the roofs of the houses. I watch them blur the lines of the world. I know that beneath the snow the geometry remains. I know that beneath the silence the frequency is still humming. I am the witness. I am the one who remembers. I am the breath and the lungs and the voice and the silence. I am finally home, and the world is beautiful. The month of January brings a deeper silence to the valley of Blackwood Basin. The snow drifts against the side of the house until it reaches the sills of the windows. I wake up before the sun and I listen to the frost as it expands in the wood of the walls. It is a sharp popping sound like a small bone breaking in the dark. I do not find it alarming. I find it honest. The house is reacting to the pressure of the season. It is adjusting its shape to survive the weight of the winter. I get out of bed and I walk to the kitchen. My feet are bare on the cold floorboards. The sensation is intense and immediate. It anchors me to the present moment. I fill the kettle with water and I wait for the blue flame of the stove to bloom. I watch the fire. It is a controlled version of the great pillar. It is a small and domestic heat that serves a purpose. It boils the water and it warms the room. It does not demand that I dissolve into the infinite. It only asks that I be careful with my hands. I spend the morning at the desk in the corner of the living room. I have started to keep a journal of the small things. I write about the way the light hits the frozen pond in the backyard at 10 o'clock in the morning. I write about the specific shade of red on the chest of the cardinal that sits on the fence. I write about the texture of the oatmeal I eat for breakfast. I do not use the language of the geometry or the expansion. I use the language of the earth. I use words like rough and cold and sweet and heavy. I am building a ledger of the solid. I am making a map of the cage so that I do not forget the value of the boundaries. If the light is the truth, then the matter is the poem that gives the truth a voice. I write for 2 hours until my hand begins to cramp. The physical fatigue is a gift. It is a sign that I have expended energy in the service of the world. In the afternoon, I decide to walk to the hardware store. I need a new filter for the furnace and a bag of birdseed for the feeders. The air outside is so cold that it feels like a physical weight against my chest. My breath forms a thick cloud that lingers in the air behind me. I walk down the center of the street because the sidewalks are buried in white. The town feels like a ghost of itself. The houses are huddled together under blankets of snow. The smoke from the chimneys rises straight up into the pale sky. I see the man who owns the hardware store standing behind the counter. His name is Arthur. He has thick glasses and hands that are stained with oil and graphite. He asks me if I am staying warm. I tell him that the house is holding up well. He nods and tells me that he has seen colder winters than this one. He tells me about the year 1978 when the pipes froze in every building on Main Street. He talks about the sound of the ice cracking the iron. He speaks with a kind of reverence for the power of the weather. He understands that we are only guests here. He understands that the environment is the master of the house. I pay for my items with 2 $10 bills and 5 $1 bills. The paper is crisp and dry. I like the feeling of the exchange. I like the way the economy of the town creates a web of necessity and support. We need the filters and the seeds, and Arthur needs the money to buy his own supplies. It is a circle of survival that keeps us focused on the day at hand. I walk back to my house, and I see a group of children building a fort in the park. They are screaming with joy as they throw clumps of snow at each other. They do not know that they are made of light. They do not know that the world is a temporary dream. They are fully immersed in the game. They are the purest expression of the solid world. They are the architects of the moment. I stand and watch them for a few minutes. I feel a deep sense of gratitude for their ignorance. Their innocence is the shield that protects the town from the weight of the infinite. As long as they are playing in the snow, the world is safe. I reach my porch and I set the bag of seed down. I see a small wooden box sitting next to my door. There is no name on it and no return address. I pick it up and I take it inside. I sit at the kitchen table and I open the lid. Inside the box is a single stone. It is a smooth piece of river glass that has been worn down by the water until it is the shape of a perfect oval. It is the color of a deep forest green. I hold it up to the light and I see a faint etching on the surface. It is a circle with a dot in the center. It is the symbol for the sun or the symbol for the self. I know who sent it. I know that the woman with the silver hair is watching over the others. She is reminding me that the geometry is still there. She is telling me that I am not alone in my witness. I place the stone on the windowsill next to the sink. It catches the afternoon light and glows with a quiet intensity. It is a beautiful anchor. The evening brings a storm that rattles the windows and makes the house groan. The wind howls through the trees and sends branches scraping against the roof. I sit in the dark and I listen to the violence of the nature. I do not turn on the lamps. I want to feel the power of the shadow. I think about the man with the lantern on the bridge. I wonder if he is out in this weather. I wonder if he is still searching for the star in the ice. I suspect that he is sitting by a fire somewhere. I suspect that he has found a way to carry the lantern inside of his heart. The search for the light is a journey that eventually leads back to the hearth. We go out into the expansion so that we can appreciate the contraction. We look at the stars so that we can love the dirt. I go to the basement to check on the furnace. The air downstairs is damp and smells of earth and old concrete. The machine is humming with a steady and rhythmic pulse. It is the heart of the house. I change the filter and I listen to the sound of the flames inside the metal box. It is a comforting noise. It is the sound of resistance. We are holding back the cold. We are maintaining the temperature of the nursery. I realize that my life has become a series of small acts of maintenance. I am tending to the garden of my existence. I am making sure that the lines of the cage are strong and clean. I am not waiting for the end of the world. I am celebrating the continuation of it. I return to the living room and I lie down on the rug. I close my eyes and I try to remember the feeling of the pillar. I try to remember the way the white fire felt as it moved through my thoughts. It is getting harder to recall the exact sensation. The memory is becoming a story that I tell myself. The intensity of the light is fading into the soft glow of the domestic. I am glad for this. I do not want to live in the fire. I want to live in the warmth. I want to be a human being with a name and a history and a future. I want to be a part of the record. I want to be a witness who stayed until the very end of the chapter. The next day the sun is bright and the sky is a deep and endless blue. The storm has passed and left a world that is perfectly still. I go out to the backyard and I fill the bird feeders with the seed I bought from Arthur. I watch as the birds descend from the trees. There are chickadees and nuthatches and the bright red cardinal. They move with a frantic and beautiful energy. They are so small and so fragile, and yet they survive the winter. They are masters of the small world. They do not worry about the expansion. They only worry about the seed. I find a great deal of comfort in their presence. They are my teachers. They show me how to be present in the cold. I walk to the edge of my property where the woods begin. The trees are heavy with snow and the ground is a smooth and unbroken sheet of white. I see a set of tracks that lead into the darkness of the pines. They are the tracks of a fox. The prints are delicate and precise. They follow a line that is straight and purposeful. I follow the tracks for a short distance. I feel like I am walking through a cathedral. The silence is profound. The only sound is the crunch of my boots and the occasional thud of snow falling from a branch. I feel the presence of the woods around me. The trees are not just plants. They are living witnesses. They have seen the seasons come and go for 100 years. They have stood through the floods and the fires and the expansions of the light. They are the elders of the valley. I reach a small clearing where the sun hits the ground in a wide circle. I stand in the center of the light and I look up. The branches of the trees create a complex geometry against the blue of the sky. It is a pattern of intersections and angles that feels familiar. It is the same pattern I saw in the pillar. It is the same pattern I saw in the library map. The world is built on these lines. The spirit is held in place by this beautiful and intricate cage. I feel a sense of overwhelming love for the structure. I love the way the wood grows toward the sun. I love the way the frost patterns the glass. I love the way the heart beats in the chest of the fox. It is all a part of the same breath. It is all a part of the same dream. I return to my house and I see Mr. Henderson standing by his mailbox. He is wearing a bright orange hat and a heavy coat. He waves at me and I walk over to talk to him. He tells me that he is leaving for the city tomorrow. He is excited to see his family. He asks me if I would mind keeping an eye on his place while he is gone. I tell him that I would be honored to do so. I tell him that I will check the pipes and make sure the snow does not pile up too high on his porch. He thanks me and shakes my hand. His grip is firm and warm. It is the grip of a man who is rooted in the earth. I watch him go back inside his house, and I feel a sense of responsibility. I am a guardian of the neighborhood. I am a keeper of the peace. That night I sit by the window and I watch the moon rise over the valley. It is a full moon and it turns the snow into a landscape of silver and shadow. The world looks like a photograph from a time that never existed. I feel the frequency of the expansion humming in my bones, but it is quiet now. It is a soft background noise like the sound of the refrigerator or the wind in the eaves. I am no longer vibrating with the need to leave. I am no longer hungry for the infinite. I am full of the small world. I am full of the tea and the books and the birds and the neighbors. I am a vessel that has been filled with the ordinary and the mundane. I go to my bedroom and I lie down in the silence. I think about Caleb and I hope that he is warm. I think about the woman with the silver hair and I hope that she is at peace. I think about the man with the lantern and I hope that he has found his way home. We are the silent sentinels of Blackwood Basin. We are the ones who know the truth and choose to stay in the lie. We are the ones who love the cage because we know that it is a gift. We are the record of the world. I close my eyes and I feel the slow and steady rhythm of my breath, in and out, expansion and contraction. The cycle continues and I am a part of it. I am the gap between the seconds. I am the distance between the stars. I am the man who lives in the house at the end of the street. I am the witness. I am finally home. The sleep comes quickly and it is deep and without dreams. It is the sleep of a man who has found his place in the geometry. It is the sleep of the solid. When I wake the next morning, the world is still there. The walls are solid and the floor is cold and the sun is rising in the east. I get out of bed and I start the kettle. I look at the stone on the windowsill and I smile. The light is hidden in the shapes of the world and my job is to see it. I will spend the day clearing the snow from Mr. Henderson's porch. I will spend the afternoon writing in my journal. I will spend the evening listening to the house breathe. It is a simple life and it is a beautiful life. It is the only life that matters. The expansion will come again one day, but I am not in a hurry. I have a lot of work to do here in the nursery. I have a lot of love to give to the cage. I am the witness and I am here to stay. The morning sun climbs higher and the light reflects off the frozen crust of the snow with a brilliance that makes me squint. I put on my heavy boots and my wool coat. I find the shovel in the garage and I walk across the yard to the house of Mr. Henderson. The air is still and the sound of the shovel scraping against the wooden porch is loud in the silence of the street. It is a rhythmic and grounding sound. I push the heavy white powder over the edge of the railing and I watch it fall into the drifts below. I work slowly and I breathe deeply. I feel the muscles in my arms and my back as they pull and lift. This is the weight of the physical world. This is the resistance that defines our existence. I finish the porch and I move to the stairs. I clear a path that is wide and safe. I want the world to be ready for the return of the neighbor. I want the transition from the city back to the basin to be easy for him. When I am finished, I stand at the top of the stairs and I look down the street. The mail carrier is not here yet, but I see a black car parked near the bridge. It is a vehicle I do not recognize. It sits perfectly still, and the exhaust rises from the tailpipe in a thin and ghostly ribbon. Someone is sitting inside. I do not feel afraid. I only feel a sense of curiosity. I walk back to my own house and I set the shovel against the wall. I go inside and I wash my hands with warm water and soap. I watch the bubbles swirl down the drain. I think about the car. I think about the way the geometry connects every person who enters this valley. We are all pieces of a larger design. We are all moving toward a center that we cannot see. I spend the middle of the day in the kitchen. I have decided to bake bread. I take the flour and the yeast and the salt from the cupboard. I mix them together in a large ceramic bowl. I add the water and I begin to knead the dough. I use the heels of my hands to push and fold the mass. It is sticky and warm. It smells of the earth and the harvest. I focus on the texture of the dough. I focus on the way it changes from a collection of dry dust into a living and elastic thing. This is a small miracle. It is the transformation of matter through labor and heat. I cover the bowl with a cloth and I set it near the stove to rise. I wait for the life within the grain to expand. While the bread rises, I go to the living room and I sit by the window. I look at the stone that the woman with the silver hair sent to me. The green glass is dark now because the sun has moved to the other side of the house. I pick it up and I roll it in my palm. It is cold. I think about the river that smoothed its edges. I think about the thousands of years it took for the water to shape the glass into a perfect oval. The patience of the universe is infinite. We are the ones who are in a rush. We are the ones who want the answers now. The stone does not need an answer. The stone only needs to exist. I place it back on the sill and I close my eyes. I listen to the house. I listen to the expansion of the wood and the hum of the furnace. I am a part of the house. I am a part of the street. The bread is ready for the oven by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I shape it into 2 round loaves and I slide them onto the baking stone. Within minutes, the smell begins to fill the house. It is a rich and heavy scent. It is the smell of survival and comfort. I sit at the table and I wait. I do not read a book. I do not write in my journal. I simply sit and wait. I am practicing the art of being still. I am learning how to exist without a purpose other than the present moment. The timer on the stove dings and I pull the loaves out. They are golden brown and they sound hollow when I tap them with my finger. I set them on a wire rack to cool. I feel a sense of accomplishment that is greater than any insight I gained from the pillar of light. I have made something that can be eaten. I have made something that can sustain a body. As the sun begins to set, I see the black car from the bridge drive slowly past my house. It stops at the end of the road and then turns around. It passes my house again and I see the driver. It is a young man with a pale face and dark hair. He looks lost. He looks like he is searching for something that is not on any map. I wonder if he has seen the frequency. I wonder if he is here because he felt the pull of the geometry. I go to the front door and I step out onto the porch. I raise my hand in a slow wave. The man stops the car. He rolls down the window and the cold air rushes into the vehicle. He asks me if this is the way to the old observatory. I tell him that the road to the observatory has been closed for 20 years. I tell him that the snow is too deep for a car to make the climb. He looks disappointed. He looks like he has traveled a long way to find a door that is now locked. I ask him why he wants to go there. He hesitates, and then he tells me that he has been dreaming of a tall tower made of white fire. He tells me that he has been hearing a sound in his ears that will not go away. It is a humming sound like a choir of bees. I look at him and I see the reflection of the infinite in his eyes. He is at the beginning of the journey. He is where I was a year ago. He is terrified and he is hopeful. I walk down the steps and I stand by the car. I tell him that the tower is not at the observatory. I tell him that the tower is everywhere and nowhere. I tell him that the sound he hears is the frequency of the world. He asks me if he is going crazy. I tell him that he is not going crazy. I tell him that he is simply waking up. I invite him to come inside for a moment. I tell him that I have fresh bread and warm tea. He looks at my house and then he looks back at the road. He is afraid to stop. He is afraid that if he stops, he will never find the light. I tell him that the light is easier to see when you are sitting still. I tell him that the nursery is a good place to rest. The young man turns off the engine and he gets out of the car. He is wearing a thin jacket that is not meant for a winter in Blackwood Basin. He is shivering. I lead him into the house and I give him a seat at the kitchen table. I cut a thick slice of the warm bread and I spread it with butter. I pour him a cup of tea. He eats the bread with a hunger that is both physical and spiritual. He tells me his name is Thomas. He tells me that he was a student in the city until a month ago. He says that one day he was sitting in a lecture hall and the walls simply vanished. He saw the geometry of the room, and he saw the lines of light that connected the students to the chairs and the floor. He saw the cage, and he could not look away. I listen to him speak, and I feel a deep sense of compassion. I know the weight of the vision. I know how it can make the solid world feel like a lie. I tell him that the vision is not a lie, but it is also not the whole truth. I tell him that the light needs the shadow to have a shape. I tell him that the geometry needs the matter to have a voice. We talk for a long time as the sky turns to a deep purple and then to black. I do not try to explain the engine or the keepers. I only talk about the small things. I talk about the birds at the feeder and the way the snow sounds when it hits the window. I talk about the importance of maintenance and the love of the nursery. Thomas looks at the stone on the windowsill. He asks me where I got it. I tell him it was a gift from a friend who understands the patterns. He picks it up and he holds it to the light of the lamp. He smiles for the first time. He says that it feels heavy. I tell him that the heaviness is the point. The heaviness is what keeps us from floating away into the void. We need the weight. We need the boundaries. He stays for 2 hours, and then he says he should find a place to sleep. I tell him that there is a small inn on Main Street that is open all year. I tell him to tell the owner that I sent him. I tell him that he is welcome to come back tomorrow if he wants to talk more. I watch him drive away and I feel a new sense of purpose. I am not just a witness. I am a guide. I am a lighthouse in the winter night. I am helping the others find their way back to the earth. I go back inside and I clean the table. I wash the dishes and I sweep the floor. I am maintaining the space for the next person who might need it. I realize that the cage is not just a prison. It is a sanctuary. It is a place where we can learn how to love the finite before we return to the infinite. I go to the living room and I sit in the dark. I feel the presence of the woman with the silver hair and the man on the bridge. We are a network of anchors. We are holding the world together with our attention. The night is cold and the stars are sharp and bright. I look up at the sky and I see the constellations. They are patterns that humans created to make sense of the chaos. They are a form of geometry that we imposed on the light. I think about the ancient people who sat on the same ground and looked at the same stars. They felt the same awe and the same fear. They built their houses and they baked their bread and they told their stories. They were keepers of the nursery long before I was born. I am a part of a long line of witnesses. I am a thread in a fabric that stretches back to the beginning of time. I go to the basement and I check the furnace one last time. The flame is blue and steady. The machine is working hard to keep the house warm. I feel a sense of gratitude for the technology and the fuel. I feel a sense of gratitude for the iron and the fire. I return to the kitchen and I take a small piece of the bread for myself. It is cold now, but it is still delicious. I eat it slowly and I savor the taste of the grain. I am nourishing the body that holds my spirit. I am honoring the vessel. I walk to the window and I look out at the snow. It is falling again. The large flakes are drifting down through the air like silent blessings. They are covering the tracks of the car and the tracks of the fox. They are making the world new again. I feel a sense of peace that is as deep as the valley. I am no longer waiting for the expansion to take me. I am no longer afraid of the end of the world. I am living in the middle of the world and it is enough. I am the breath and the lungs and the voice and the silence. I am a man in a house in Blackwood Basin. I am a keeper of the geometry and the geometry is perfect. I am a witness to the solid and the solid is beautiful. I go to my bed and I pull the heavy blankets up to my chin. I listen to the wind as it whispers around the corners of the house. I close my eyes and I let the darkness hold me. I am home. I am finally home. The next morning, I wake to the sound of a crow calling from the pine tree outside my window. The sound is harsh and raw, and it is the most beautiful thing I have ever heard. I get out of bed and I walk to the kitchen. The stone is glowing in the first light of the sun. The kettle is waiting. The world is waiting. I fill the kettle and I turn on the stove. I watch the blue flame bloom. I am ready for the day. I am ready for the work. I am ready for the small and simple interactions that make up a life. I am ready to be a human being in the winter of the world. I spend the morning writing to Caleb. I tell him about Thomas and the bread. I tell him about the way the light hits the snow at 10 o'clock in the morning. I do not talk about the pillar or the void. I talk about the importance of staying warm and the value of a good shovel. I want him to know that there is a way to live with the vision without being consumed by it. I want him to know that the nursery is still here and that it is still good. I finish the letter and I put it in an envelope. I will walk to the post office later today. I will wave at the mail carrier and I will buy a stamp from the woman behind the counter. I will participate in the economy of the town. I will be a part of the web. In the afternoon, I walk to the park. The children are not there today because it is too cold. The swings are still and the chains are covered in frost. I sit on the same black rubber seat and I push off with my feet. I swing back and forth in the silence. I look up at the sky and I feel the wind on my face. I am not swinging through the clouds. I am just swinging in a park in Blackwood Basin, but the feeling of movement is the same. The feeling of being suspended between the earth and the sky is the same. I am a pendulum in the clock of the universe. I am a point of consciousness in the middle of the geometry. I am the witness. I stay on the swing until my fingers are numb and my cheeks are red. I watch the sun dip below the horizon once more. I watch the first stars appear in the darkening sky. I feel a sense of profound peace. I am a part of the engine, and the engine is beautiful. I am a keeper of the geometry, and the geometry is perfect. I stand up and I walk back toward the street. I see the lights of the town flickering on one by one. They are small and fragile beacons in the winter night. They are the signs of a life being lived. They are the threads in the fabric of the cage. I reach my house and I see that the porch light is on. The yellow glow is a warm and welcoming sight. It is a beacon for me and for anyone else who might be lost in the expansion. I walk up the steps and I enter the house. The air inside is warm and smells of pine and old paper and fresh bread. I am finally home, and the world is beautiful. The kettle begins to whistle with a high and steady pitch that vibrates through the floorboards and into the soles of my feet. I move across the kitchen and lift the heavy metal vessel from the blue flame. The steam rises in a thick cloud that momentarily obscures the view of the frozen garden outside the window. I pour the boiling water over the tea leaves and watch as they unfurl and dance in the heat. This is the alchemy of the morning. This is the way we take the raw elements of the world and turn them into something that can sustain us. I carry the mug to the wooden table and sit down. The surface of the wood is scarred with the marks of many years and many meals. It is a map of the lives that have been lived in this house. I run my fingers over a deep scratch near the edge, and I wonder about the person who made it. I wonder if they felt the same sense of belonging that I feel now. The silence of the house is not a void. It is a presence. It is the sound of the structure settling against the cold and the sound of the air moving through the vents. I drink the tea and I feel the warmth spread through my chest and down into my stomach. I am a biological machine and I am a spiritual vessel. I am the intersection of the finite and the infinite. I look at the clock on the wall and I see that it is 8 o'clock in the morning. The pendulum swings back and forth with a rhythmic click that matches the beating of my heart. I have a list of tasks for the day, and I feel a sense of quiet joy at the prospect of completing them. I will go to the post office to mail the letter to Caleb. I will stop at the grocery store to buy more flour and butter. I will check on the old well in the backyard to make sure the cover is secure. These are the rituals of the keeper. These are the duties of the man who lives in the nursery. I put on my coat and my gloves and I step out into the crisp air. The snow is fresh and white and it crunches under my boots with a satisfying sound. I walk down the middle of the street because there are no cars moving yet. The town is still asleep, or perhaps it is just holding its breath. I pass the house of the woman with the silver hair and I see a faint light in her upstairs window. I know she is there and she knows I am here. We do not need to speak to understand the connection. We are both nodes in the network. We are both anchors for the reality of the basin. I reach the post office and I find the door unlocked. The air inside is dry and smells of dust and adhesive. I place my letter in the slot and I hear it fall into the bin with a soft thud. It is a message sent into the world. It is a piece of myself that I am sharing with another witness. On the way back, I stop at the small grocery store on the corner. The bell above the door rings as I enter, and the owner looks up from a stack of newspapers. He is a man named Arthur who has lived in the valley for 60 years. He has seen the seasons change and the people come and go. He has seen the lights in the sky, and he has heard the humming in the earth, but he does not talk about those things. He only talks about the price of milk and the depth of the snow. I gather the items I need and I place them on the counter. Arthur counts the change with slow and deliberate movements. He tells me that the winter will be a long one. I tell him that I do not mind the cold. He nods and smiles a tired smile. He knows that the cold is a shield. He knows that the snow keeps the secrets buried. I leave the store with my bag of supplies and I feel the weight of the groceries in my hand. It is a good weight. It is the weight of survival. When I return to my house, I see a small bird perched on the railing of the porch. It is a chickadee with a black cap and a white belly. It looks at me with a bright and curious eye. I reach into my pocket and find a few crumbs of the bread from yesterday. I hold out my hand and the bird does not fly away. It hops closer and then it flutters onto my palm. I feel the tiny claws and the rapid pulse of its heart. It is a fragile spark of life in the middle of the frozen waste. It takes the crumbs and then it flies back to the pine tree. I stand there for a moment and I feel a sense of profound gratitude. I am a part of the ecology of the basin. I am a provider and a protector. I go inside and I put the groceries away. I feel the house wrap itself around me like a warm blanket. The afternoon is spent in the backyard. The old well is a stone structure that dates back to the founding of the town. It is deep and the water at the bottom is dark and cold. I check the wooden cover and I see that the hinges are starting to rust. I find a can of oil in the shed and I apply it to the metal. I move the cover back and forth until the sound of the squeaking stops. I look down into the darkness of the well and I feel a sense of vertigo. It is a hole in the earth that leads to the hidden veins of the world. I drop a small pebble and I wait for the sound of the splash. It takes 3 seconds for the stone to hit the water. I think about the layers of stone and soil that lie beneath my feet. I think about the ancient geometry that is etched into the crust of the planet. I close the cover and I lock it. The well is a secret that must be kept. I walk back to the house and I see that the sun is starting to set. The sky is a pale yellow and the shadows are long and blue. I go to the living room and I sit in my chair by the window. I pick up my journal and I begin to write. I write about the young man named Thomas and the way he looked when he saw the geometry. I write about the bread and the bird and the well. I write about the feeling of the solid world and the beauty of the cage. I am recording the history of the nursery. I am making a map for the ones who will come after me. I am the scribe of the basin. I am the one who remembers the truth while the rest of the world sleeps. The evening is quiet and the light of the lamp is soft. I eat a simple meal of soup and bread. I listen to the radio and I hear the voices from the city. They talk about politics and war and the economy. They talk about things that feel distant and unimportant. They are living in the dream and they do not know that the walls are thin. They do not know that the expansion is coming. I feel a sense of pity for them, but I also feel a sense of relief. I am not a part of their world anymore. I have found my place in the geometry. I have found my home in the house at the end of the street. I turn off the radio and I sit in the silence. I am waiting for the night to take hold. The darkness comes and the stars appear. I go to the porch and I look up at the sky. The constellation of the hunter is rising in the east. The stars are white and cold and they seem to pulse with a hidden energy. I think about the frequency that Thomas heard. I think about the humming of the bees. I close my eyes and I try to find the sound within myself. I breathe in and I breathe out. I feel the vibration in my teeth and in my bones. It is a low and steady tone that never stops. It is the sound of the engine. It is the sound of the universe turning on its axis. I am a part of the sound. I am a note in the grand symphony of the nursery. I go back inside and I lock the door. I move through the house and I turn off the lights one by one. I am left with the glow of the embers in the fireplace. I sit on the rug and I watch the orange light flicker on the walls. I feel the presence of the others who are awake in the night. I feel the woman with the silver hair and the man on the bridge and the young man in the inn. We are a circle of fire in the middle of the dark. We are the keepers of the flame. I feel a sense of peace that is so deep it feels like a physical weight. I am not alone. I am never alone. I am a part of the geometry, and the geometry is love. I go to my bedroom and I undress in the dark. I feel the cold air on my skin and the warmth of the blankets waiting for me. I lie down and I close my eyes. I do not think about the future or the past. I only think about the present moment. I think about the rhythm of my breath, in and out, expansion and contraction. The cycle continues and I am a part of it. I am the gap between the seconds. I am the distance between the stars. I am the man who lives in the house at the end of the street. I am the witness. I am finally home. The sleep comes quickly and it is deep and without dreams. It is the sleep of a man who has found his place in the geometry. It is the sleep of the solid. The next morning I wake to the sound of the wind. It is a fierce and howling wind that shakes the windows and rattles the doors. I get out of bed and I see that the world has disappeared. The snow is blowing in white sheets that obscure the street and the trees and the sky. It is a blizzard. The basin is being erased by the white fire of the winter. I feel a sense of excitement. This is the power of the nursery. This is the way the world cleanses itself. I go to the kitchen and I start the kettle. I look at the stone on the windowsill and I see that it is glowing with a faint green light. The frequency is strong today. The engine is working hard to maintain the boundaries. I spend the morning in the kitchen. I decide to make a large pot of stew. I take the carrots and the potatoes and the onions from the cellar. I chop them with a sharp knife and I add them to the pot with the meat and the broth. The smell of the cooking food fills the house and it competes with the sound of the wind. I feel a sense of security. I have enough food and fuel to last for weeks. I am a self-contained unit in the middle of the storm. I am a keeper of the nursery and I am prepared for the winter. I sit at the table and I watch the snow pile up against the glass. The world is becoming a blank slate. The geometry is being hidden beneath the white shroud. In the afternoon, I hear a knock at the door. It is a soft and hesitant sound that is almost lost in the noise of the wind. I go to the door and I open it. It is Thomas. He is covered in snow and his face is red with the cold. He is shivering so hard that his teeth are chattering. I pull him inside and I close the door against the gale. I take his coat and I lead him to the fireplace. I stir the embers and I add a fresh log to the fire. I give him a blanket and a bowl of the hot stew. He does not speak for a long time. He only eats and watches the flames. I sit in the chair across from him and I wait. I know that the storm has brought him here. I know that the frequency has guided him through the whiteout. Thomas finally looks up and his eyes are wide and dark. He tells me that he tried to leave the basin this morning. He says that he drove toward the bridge, but the road simply vanished. He says that he found himself driving in circles in a world of white. He says that the humming in his ears became so loud that it felt like his head was going to explode. He says that he saw a light in the distance and he followed it until he reached my house. He asks me if the storm is real. I tell him that the storm is real, but it is also a boundary. I tell him that the basin does not want him to leave yet. I tell him that he has more to learn before he can return to the city. He asks me what he needs to learn. I tell him that he needs to learn how to be still. I tell him that he needs to learn how to love the cage. I tell him that the vision he saw in the lecture hall was only the beginning. I tell him that the geometry is not a prison but a foundation. We talk as the storm rages outside. I tell him about the history of the keepers and the purpose of the nursery. I tell him about the woman with the silver hair and the man on the bridge. I tell him that we are the ones who hold the world together with our attention. I tell him that the expansion is coming, but we are the ones who stay. Thomas listens and I see the fear in his eyes start to fade. I see the curiosity return. He asks me if I am happy. I tell him that happiness is a word for the dreamers. I tell him that I am at peace. I tell him that I have found my place in the design, and that is more important than happiness. I tell him that the world is beautiful because it is finite. I tell him that the light is beautiful because it is surrounded by the dark. We spend the evening by the fire and the wind begins to die down. The blizzard is moving on and the silence is returning to the basin. I tell Thomas that he can sleep on the sofa. I tell him that he is safe here. I go to my room and I look out the window. The clouds are breaking and I can see a few stars. The world is buried in a deep and heavy blanket of white. The tracks of the car are gone. The tracks of the fox are gone. The world is new and clean. I feel a sense of accomplishment. I have saved a soul today. I have guided a witness back to the path. I am a part of the engine and the engine is working. I am a keeper of the geometry and the geometry is perfect. I lie down in my bed and I feel the weight of the blankets. I am home. I am finally home, and the world is beautiful. The morning brings a cold and brilliant clarity. The sky is a deep blue and the sun is reflecting off the snow with a blinding light. I get out of bed and I find Thomas already awake. He is standing by the window and he is looking at the stone on the sill. He looks different today. He looks more solid. He looks like he has found his footing in the world. I make the coffee and we sit at the table. He tells me that he is going to stay in the basin for a while. He says that he wants to learn how to maintain the space. He says that he wants to be a witness. I feel a sense of pride. The nursery is growing. The network is expanding. I spend the rest of the day teaching Thomas the basics of the life. I show him how to clear the snow from the paths. I show him how to check the furnace and the well. I show him how to bake the bread and how to watch the light. We work together in the silence and the cold. We are two men in a house in Blackwood Basin, and we are doing the work of the universe. We are keeping the cage. We are loving the nursery. I realize that my journey is not over, but it has changed. I am no longer just a student. I am a teacher. I am a guide for the ones who are waking up. As the sun sets, I stand on the porch and I look out at the valley. I see the lights of the town and I see the dark shapes of the mountains. I feel the frequency humming in my blood. I feel the geometry of the world stretching out in every direction. It is a beautiful and complex design. It is a gift that we have been given. I am the witness, and I am here to stay. The expansion will come again one day, but I am not in a hurry. I have a lot of work to do here in the nursery. I have a lot of love to give to the cage. I am the man who lives in the house at the end of the street. I am finally home, and the world is beautiful. The sun descends behind the jagged peaks of the mountains and casts a long shadow over the basin that looks like a reaching hand. Thomas stands beside me on the porch, and his breath comes in steady plumes of white vapor. He does not speak, but I can feel the change in his resonance. He is no longer vibrating with the frantic energy of the city or the static of the schools. He is beginning to align with the low hum of the earth. I tell him that the first night after the first lesson is always the hardest because the mind tries to claw its way back to the familiar chaos of the outside world. I tell him that he must resist the urge to explain the geometry with logic. He nods and his eyes reflect the first faint glimmer of the evening stars. I leave him there to commune with the cold, and I go inside to tend to the fire. The wood in the hearth is dry cedar, and it catches quickly. The popping of the sap sounds like small, distant explosions. I move to the kitchen and begin to prepare the evening meal for two. It is a strange sensation to have another soul in the house. For many years, the only pulse in these rooms was my own and the rhythmic thrum of the structure itself. I take a loaf of bread and slice it into thick rounds. I place a block of yellow butter on a small ceramic plate. These are simple things, but they are the pillars of a life well lived. I hear the heavy thud of the front door closing and the sound of Thomas stamping the snow from his boots. He enters the kitchen and sits at the wooden table. He looks at the deep scratch in the wood that I touched only yesterday. He asks me who lived here before me. I tell him that the history of the house is not a linear line, but a circle. I tell him that the man who was here before me was named Elias, and the woman before him was named Clara. I explain that we do not own the house, but rather the house permits us to remain as long as we serve the function of the keeper. Thomas runs his hand over the scarred surface of the table, and I see him tracing the map of the past. He asks if Elias is dead. I tell him that death is a word used by those who do not understand the conservation of energy. I tell him that Elias simply moved into a different layer of the geometry when his work here was finished. I pour 2 glasses of water from the ceramic pitcher. The water is clear and cold, and it carries the mineral taste of the deep stone. We eat in a silence that is comfortable and heavy. The only sounds are the scraping of the spoons against the bowls and the occasional sigh of the wind in the chimney. Thomas asks me about the woman with the silver hair. I tell him that she is the weaver. I explain that while I keep the physical boundaries and the records of the nursery, she works with the threads of the invisible. She ensures that the dreams of the people in the town do not drift too far into the gray spaces. I tell him that every person in the basin has a role even if they do not consciously know it. Arthur at the store provides the material sustenance, and the man on the bridge monitors the flow of the water and the passage of time. We are a closed system, and we are perfect. After the meal, I lead Thomas to the cellar. The stairs are narrow, and the air grows colder and more damp as we descend. I carry a kerosene lamp, and the yellow light dances on the stone walls. At the bottom of the stairs, there is a heavy iron door with 3 locks. I take the keys from my belt and turn them one by one. The sound of the tumblers clicking is a music that I have known for a lifetime. I push the door open, and we step into the heart of the house. This is the room of the engine. It is not a machine made of gears and pistons, but a configuration of crystalline stones and copper wire that stretches into the very foundation of the mountain. The center of the room is occupied by a large obsidian sphere that's suspended in a web of silver threads. It does not move, but it vibrates with a frequency that makes the hair on my arms stand up. Thomas gasps and steps back, but I hold his shoulder to steady him. I tell him that this is the anchor. This is what keeps the Blackwood Basin from drifting away into the void of the expansion. I show him the dials on the wall that measure the pressure of the reality around us. I show him the ledger where I record the fluctuations of the hum. I tell him that his task for the next 7 days will be to sit in this room for 3 hours every morning. He must learn to match his internal rhythm to the pulse of the sphere. He asks what happens if he fails. I tell him that there is no failure in the geometry, only delay. If he cannot match the pulse, he will simply remain a guest until he is ready. But I tell him that I see the spark in him. I see the way his eyes track the patterns in the shadows. He is a natural witness. We stay in the cellar for an hour as I explain the maintenance of the silver threads. They must be kept free of dust, and they must never be touched with bare skin. I show him the silk gloves that we use for the cleaning. The room feels like the inside of a great heart, and I can feel my own blood moving in time with the obsidian sphere. It is the most sacred place in the world. We return to the upper floors, and I see that Thomas is exhausted. The weight of the truth is a heavy burden for a young man to carry. I give him a candle and show him to the guest room at the end of the hall. The blankets are made of heavy wool and the pillow is stuffed with goose feathers. I tell him to sleep well and to not be afraid if he hears voices in the walls. I tell him that the house is merely talking to itself. He thanks me and his voice is small and tired. I watch him close the door and I feel a sense of profound satisfaction. The lineage is secure. The nursery will have its next keeper when I am ready to move into the layers of the stone. I return to the living room and sit in my chair. I do not turn on the lights. I sit in the darkness and watch the embers of the fire fade from orange to a dull and dusty red. I think about the letter I mailed to Caleb. Caleb is a man who lives in a city far to the south, and he is a man who is beginning to see the cracks in the sky. My letter contained no instructions and no maps. It only contained a single feather from a blue jay and a scrap of paper with the words "Stay quiet and listen." That is how it begins for all of us. A small anomaly in the mundane world that cannot be explained away by the logic of the dream. The clock on the wall strikes 12 o'clock, and the sound echoes through the empty hallway. I feel the house settling deeper into the frozen earth. The blizzard from the day before has left a silence so profound that it feels like a physical presence pressing against the windows. I close my eyes, and I can see the geometry of the basin in my mind. I see the lines of force that connect the well to the bridge and the bridge to the post office. I see the golden glow of the weaver in her upstairs room. I see the green light of the stones on my windowsills. We are a constellation of purpose in a world that has forgotten how to mean anything. I think about the people in the cities who are rushing toward a future that does not exist. They are building towers of glass and silicon, and they are trying to outrun the silence. They do not know that the expansion is not a destination, but a process of thinning. They are becoming ghosts before they are even dead. I feel a wave of compassion for them, but I know that I cannot save them. I can only keep the nursery. I can only ensure that there is a place where the air is still thick and the light is still solid. I am the gardener of the real, and I am content with my labor. I stand up and walk to the window. The moon has risen and it turns the snow into a sea of silver. I see a movement near the edge of the woods. It is a buck with a wide rack of antlers. He stands at the perimeter of the garden and looks toward the house. His eyes catch the moonlight and glow with a cold fire. He is a part of the protection. He is a sentinel of the wild. I raise my hand in a silent greeting, and the deer bows his head before vanishing back into the shadows of the pines. Everything is in its place. Everything is functioning according to the design. I go to the kitchen and drink a final glass of water. I look at the sink and the stove and the heavy metal kettle. These objects are my companions. They are the tools of my service. I wipe a stray crumb from the counter and I feel the smoothness of the stone. I think about the day tomorrow. I will take Thomas to the old well and show him how to listen to the water. I will take him to the grocery store and introduce him to Arthur as my apprentice. The town will accept him because the town knows the necessity of the keeper. We will walk through the snow, and we will be the anchors of the valley. I climb the stairs to my bedroom. Each step creaks in a familiar way, and I know exactly where to place my feet to minimize the noise. I do not want to wake the young man. He needs his rest for the transformation that is coming. I enter my room, and the air is cold and crisp. I do not use a heater because the cold keeps the mind sharp. I undress and fold my clothes neatly on the wooden chair. I look at my reflection in the dark mirror. My hair is white and my face is lined with the marks of many winters, but my eyes are clear. I am 74 years old and I have never felt more alive. I lie down in the bed and pull the blankets up to my chin. I feel the rhythmic click of the pendulum from the living room below. It is a heartbeat that belongs to the house and to me. I think about the expansion and the way the walls of the world are growing thin in the places where people have forgotten how to pray or how to sit in silence. I think about the geometry and the way it holds us together like a skeleton of light. I am not afraid of the end because there is no end in the nursery. There is only the cycle of the seasons and the steady hum of the engine in the cellar. The sleep begins to pull at the edges of my consciousness. It is a soft and heavy pull like the tide of a dark ocean. I let myself go. I drift into the space between the thoughts where the colors are deep and the sounds are melodic. I am a part of the basin and the basin is a part of me. I am the scribe and the teacher and the protector. I am the man who lives in the house at the end of the street, and I am exactly where I am supposed to be. The world is a cage of light, and I am the bird that has learned to love the bars. When the sun rises again, it is a pale and watery yellow. I wake before the light hits the floorboards. I dress in silence and go downstairs. The house is already humming with the morning energy. I find Thomas sitting at the kitchen table with a notebook. He is drawing circles and triangles that intersect in ways that defy the rules of Euclid. He looks up at me and he does not look afraid anymore. He looks hungry for the truth. I smile at him and I put the kettle on the flame. The whistle begins its high and steady pitch, and the steam rises in a thick cloud. This is the alchemy of the morning. This is the way we begin the work. We spend the morning at the well. I show Thomas how to remove the wooden cover without disturbing the frost. I tell him to lean over the edge and to close his eyes. I tell him to listen not to the sound of the water, but to the sound of the space above the water. He stays there for 10 minutes, and when he stands up, his face is pale. He says that he heard a voice that sounded like 1,000 bees. I tell him that he is hearing the memory of the earth. I tell him that the well is a recording device that has been running since the first stone was laid. We lock the cover, and I see him touch the iron lock with a new kind of reverence. We walk to the store, and the town is beginning to stir. I see the woman with the silver hair standing on her porch, and she waves at us with a slow and deliberate motion. Thomas waves back, and I feel the connection between them tighten. It is a silver thread that spans the distance of the street. At the store, Arthur is sweeping the front step. He looks at Thomas, and then he looks at me. He nods once. It is an acknowledgement of the succession. He gives us a bag of apples, and he does not ask for payment. He says that the fruit is good for the transition. We thank him and we walk back to the house through the sparkling snow. The afternoon is dedicated to the ledger. I sit with Thomas in the library and I show him the entries from 100 years ago. I show him the sketches of the lights in the sky and the notes on the migration of the birds. I tell him that we are the memory of the species. We are the ones who keep the data that the rest of the world has discarded as myth or madness. He asks me if anyone ever comes to take the ledger away. I tell him that the ledger cannot leave the basin. If it were taken past the bridge, the pages would turn to dust and the ink would vanish. The truth is bound to the geography. As the evening approaches, I feel a sense of completion. The tasks of the day are done and the apprentice is learning the rhythm of the life. I stand in the garden and I look at the frozen ground. Beneath the snow, the seeds are waiting for the spring that will eventually come. They are patient and they are certain of their purpose. I feel a similar patience within myself. I am a part of the ecology of the basin and I am a provider for the future. I go inside and I see Thomas sitting by the fire with a book. He looks like he has lived in this house for 1,000 years. I sit in my chair and I pick up my pen. I write about the deer and the well and the silver threads in the cellar. I write about the way the light looks when it reflects off the obsidian sphere. I am recording the history of the nursery, and I am making a map for the ones who will come after Thomas. I am the scribe of the basin, and I am the one who remembers the truth while the rest of the world sleeps. The evening is quiet, and the light of the lamp is soft. I eat a simple meal, and I listen to the radio, and I feel a sense of peace that is so deep it feels like a physical weight. I am not alone. I am never alone. I am a part of the geometry, and the geometry is love. The darkness comes and the stars appear once more. I go to the porch and I look up at the sky. The constellation of the hunter is higher now, and the stars seem to pulse with a renewed energy. I think about the frequency and the humming of the engine. I close my eyes and I find the sound within myself. It is louder today and it is more musical. I am a note in the grand symphony of the nursery. I am a part of the sound, and the sound is the truth. I go back inside and I lock the door. I turn off the lights one by one, and I am left with the glow of the embers. I sit on the rug and I watch the light flicker on the walls. I am the witness and I am finally home, and the world is beautiful. The morning arrives with a clarity that feels like a sharpened blade. I wake before the sun has even considered the horizon. The house is breathing in a slow and rhythmic cadence that matches the expansion of the frost on the window panes. I descend the stairs and find Thomas already awake. He is sitting on the rug in the living room, and his legs are crossed in the manner of a man who has discovered the center of his own gravity. He does not look at me when I enter, but I can see the way his pulse has slowed. He is no longer fighting the silence. He has invited it in to sit beside him. I go to the kitchen and begin the process of making the tea. I use the dried herbs from the glass jars that line the shelf above the sink. These herbs were gathered by the weaver during the height of the summer, and they carry the heat of the sun in their brittle leaves. I bring a cup to Thomas, and he takes it without breaking his focus. The steam rises between us and forms a bridge of white mist. I tell him that today we will go to the boundary. I tell him that the boundary is not a fence or a wall, but a shift in the density of the air. We must ensure that the pressure remains constant. If the pressure drops, then the outside world will begin to bleed into the basin, and the geometry will become distorted. He nods, and I see that he understands the gravity of the task. We dress in our heavy coats and our thick gloves. We step out into the world, and the cold is a physical weight that demands respect. We walk toward the northern edge of the valley, where the trees grow so close together that the light can barely penetrate the canopy. The snow here is undisturbed, and it holds the secrets of the animals that moved through the night. I show Thomas the markers. They are small cairns of stone that have been placed at precise intervals along the perimeter. Each stone has been etched with a symbol that represents a different aspect of the preservation. I tell him that these stones are the teeth of the basin. They bite into the fabric of the expansion and hold it steady. We stop at the third cairn, and I see that the top stone has shifted. It is only a fraction of an inch, but it is enough to create a tremor in the resonance. I instruct Thomas to reach out and touch the stone. He hesitates because he remembers my warning about the silver threads in the cellar. I tell him that the stones are different. The stones are the bone and the earth, and they require the warmth of the hand to remain awake. He places his palm against the cold surface, and I watch his face. His eyes widen as he feels the vibration. It is a low and guttural sound that seems to come from the very core of the mountain. I tell him to close his eyes and to visualize the line that connects this stone to the next one. I tell him to use his will to push the stone back into its proper alignment. He breathes deeply, and I see the muscles in his jaw tighten. The air around us begins to shimmer as if we are looking through a veil of heat. The stone moves. It does not slide or roll, but it simply occupies the correct space once more. The tremor stops, and the silence returns to its natural state. Thomas pulls his hand away, and he is shaking. I tell him that he has done well. I tell him that the house chose him because his resonance is naturally heavy. He is an anchor by his very nature. We continue along the boundary for 3 miles, and we check every marker. The work is slow, and it requires a level of concentration that drains the energy from the body. By the time we return to the house, the sun is high in the sky, but it provides no warmth. We enter the kitchen, and I prepare a soup of root vegetables and dried meat. The smell of the broth fills the room, and it is the smell of safety. Thomas asks me if there are other basins in the world. I sit across from him, and I consider the question. I tell him that there were once many nurseries. I tell him that there were gardens in the deserts and sanctuaries in the islands. But the people forgot. They became obsessed with the fast and the loud, and they stopped listening to the hum. One by one, the other basins drifted away into the gray spaces. I tell him that as far as I know, we are the last one. We are the final holdout against the thinning of the world. He looks at his hands, and I see the weight of the responsibility settling on his shoulders. He asks what will happen if we are the last. I tell him that we do not worry about the if. We only concern ourselves with the now. We keep the light burning, and we keep the threads clean, and we wait for the next messenger. I tell him about the letters I send to the people like Caleb. I explain that the letters are like seeds thrown into a storm. Most of them will fall on stone and perish, but some will find a crack in the pavement, and they will grow. Thomas is one of those seeds. He was a student of architecture in a city of glass and steel, but he felt the hollowness of the structures. He felt the way the buildings were trying to scream. He followed the hum until he found the gate. After our meal, we return to the cellar. The obsidian sphere is waiting for us, and its vibration is a song of welcome. I sit Thomas in the wooden chair that faces the sphere. I tell him that for the next 2 hours he must not move. He must not think about his past or his future. He must only be a mirror for the frequency. I leave him there, and I go to my office. My office is a small room filled with maps and ledgers. I open the great book of the basin, and I record the movement of the stone at the northern boundary. I write down the date and the time and the name of the apprentice who corrected the shift. My handwriting is steady, and the ink is dark. I look at the map of the stars that hangs on the wall. I see the way the constellations have shifted over the last 50 years. The expansion is accelerating, and the gaps between the stars are growing wider. The world is becoming a lonely place for those who do not have an anchor. I feel a sudden pang of grief for the billions of souls who are drifting in the void, without even knowing that they are lost. They think that their technology will save them, but technology is just a faster way to reach the end of the rope. Only the geometry is eternal. Only the silence is real. I hear a sound from the cellar. It is a high and crystalline note that vibrates through the floorboards. I go to the top of the stairs and I listen. The sound is coming from Thomas. He is humming in perfect unison with the obsidian sphere. The two sounds are merging into a single golden chord that fills the entire house. I feel a shiver of awe. I have been the keeper for 40 years, and it took me 5 years to achieve that level of alignment. Thomas has done it in 2 days. The potential within him is greater than I had imagined. He is not just a keeper, he is a conductor. I wait until the 2 hours have passed, and then I descend the stairs. The room is glowing with a soft and violet light that emanates from the silver threads. Thomas is still sitting in the chair, but his eyes are open and they are glowing with the same violet hue. He looks at me and he does not see a man. He sees the geometry. He sees the lines of force that hold my body together. He smiles and the light in his eyes fades back to the brown of the earth. He tells me that he saw the mountain. He says he saw the roots of the mountain reaching down into a sea of liquid light. I tell him that he has seen the source. I tell him that he is no longer a guest. He is a part of the engine. We go back upstairs and the evening has arrived. The weaver is standing at our front door. She is holding a bundle of silver wool and her hair is a halo of moonlight. She enters the house without waiting for an invitation. She looks at Thomas and she reaches out to touch his forehead. Her fingers leave a trail of faint sparks. She tells me that the threads are singing a new song tonight. She says that the dreams of the townspeople are becoming more vivid and more structured. She thanks Thomas for his contribution, and then she vanishes back into the night as quickly as she arrived. Thomas is exhausted by the encounter, but he is also energized. He asks me more about the weaver. I tell him that she was the keeper before Elias. I tell him that she chose to move into the layer of the invisible so that she could better serve the function of the weaver. I explain that one day I might do the same, or I might choose to become a stone in the boundary or a drop of water in the well. The service never ends, but the form of the service changes. We sit by the fire and we watch the flames consume the cedar logs. The popping of the sap is like a language that we both understand. I tell Thomas the story of the first keeper. I tell him about the man who lived 10,000 years ago and who first heard the hum of the earth. I tell him how that man gathered the first stones and wove the first threads to protect the valley from the encroaching shadows. I tell him that the nursery has survived ice ages and floods and the rise and fall of empires. It has survived because it is not a human creation. It is a natural necessity. The earth needs a place where it can remember itself. We are the memory cells of the planet. As the night deepens, I feel a sense of profound stillness. The blizzard has returned and the wind is howling against the walls of the house, but inside we are safe. The fire is warm and the bread is soft and the water is pure. I look at Thomas and I see him drifting off to sleep in his chair. I do not wake him. I wrap a blanket around his shoulders and I sit in my own chair to keep the watch. I am the guardian of the night and I am the witness of the dark. I watch the shadows dance on the ceiling and I see the patterns of the geometry everywhere. I see the way the chair is connected to the floor and the way the floor is connected to the earth. I see the lines of light that bind us all together in a web of purpose. I think about the letter to Caleb. I wonder if he has received it yet. I imagine him standing in a crowded city street and holding the blue jay feather in his hand. I imagine him looking up at the sky and seeing the cracks for the first time. I hope that he is brave enough to follow the silence. I hope that he finds his way to the gate. There is always room for one more in the basin. there is always a need for more witnesses. The world is large, and the expansion is vast, but the nursery is strong. I close my eyes for a moment, and I feel the house shifting. It is settling into the deep stone of the mountain. I can feel the obsidian sphere spinning in the cellar, even though I know it is stationary. I can feel the silver threads vibrating with the dreams of the town. I am a part of the system, and the system is perfect. I am the keeper, and I am the kept. I am the voice, and I am the silence. I am exactly where I am supposed to be, and the world is a miracle of light and shadow. When the sun rises on the third day, the world is buried in a fresh layer of white. The snow is 5 feet deep in some places, and the path to the well has vanished. I wake Thomas, and we spend the morning shoveling. The physical labor is a meditation. Each scoop of snow is a clearing of the mind. We work in a rhythmic harmony, and we do not speak. The only sound is the scrape of the metal shovels against the frozen ground. By noon, we have cleared the path, and we have reached the well. The water is waiting for us, and it is darker and deeper than before. I tell Thomas that today he must drink from the well. I tell him that the water will change his perception of time. He takes the bucket and lowers it into the dark. The splash is a hollow sound that echoes up the stone walls. He draws the bucket up, and the water is shimmering with a faint bioluminescence. He takes a long drink, and I watch his throat move as he swallows the liquid stone. He gasps and drops the bucket. He tells me that he can see the future. He says he sees a great fire and a great flood and a great silence. I tell him that he is not seeing the future but the possibilities. I tell him that the geometry is the only thing that remains constant amidst the change. We walk back to the house, and I see that the man on the bridge is watching us. He is a tall and thin man with a face that looks like it was carved from a piece of driftwood. He raises his hand, and I see that he is holding a silver watch. He is measuring the flow of the time, and he is satisfied with the results. He nods to us, and we nod back. The closed system is functioning perfectly. The balance is maintained. We enter the house, and the warmth of the fire is a blessing. I spend the afternoon teaching Thomas how to read the dials in the cellar. I explain the difference between the pressure of the physical and the pressure of the metaphysical. I show him how to adjust the copper wires to compensate for the fluctuations in the lunar cycle. He is a quick study, and his hands are steady. He asks me what the name of the house is. I tell him that the house has no name because names are a way of limiting a thing. I tell him that the house is simply the center. It is the point from which all other points are measured. As the sun sets, I feel a sense of completion that I have never felt before. The lineage is not just secure, but it is thriving. Thomas is more than a successor. He is an evolution. I sit in my chair and I pick up my pen. I write the final entry in the ledger for the day. I write that the anchor is holding and the light is bright and the apprentice has become the master of the hum. I close the book and I feel a wave of peace wash over me. I am ready for the next layer. I am ready to move into the geometry of the stone. I look at Thomas and I see him looking out the window at the stars. He is no longer the young man from the city. He is the keeper of the Blackwood Basin. He is the guardian of the real. I stand up and I walk to him. I place my hand on his shoulder and I feel the steady thrum of his heart. I tell him that I am going to rest now. I tell him that the house is his to keep and the threads are his to clean. He looks at me and he understands. He takes the keys from my belt and he hooks them onto his own. He tells me to sleep well, and he says that he will watch the fire. I walk up the stairs for the last time. Each step is a memory, and each creak is a goodbye. I enter my room and I lie down on the bed. I do not pull up the blankets. I simply lie there and I listen to the house. I hear the obsidian sphere and the silver threads and the breathing of the apprentice. I feel the mountain and the well and the bridge. I am a part of the geometry, and the geometry is beautiful. I close my eyes and I let the darkness take me. I am not afraid because I know that I am not leaving. I am simply changing my resonance. I am moving into the light, and the world is perfect. The transition from the flesh to the frequency is not a sudden snap, but a gradual thinning of the density. I lie upon the mattress, and I feel the wooden frame beneath me lose its rigid definition. The grain of the oak begins to flow like a slow river of amber. I do not breathe with my lungs anymore. I breathe with the house. Every time the wind presses against the gables, I feel a corresponding expansion in my own chest. I am shedding the heavy coat of my identity. The name that I carried for 70 years is falling away like dry bark from a cedar tree. I am becoming the resonance. I am becoming the very silence that I once only guarded. Downstairs, I hear the footsteps of Thomas. They are heavy and deliberate. He is walking to the hearth to add another log to the flames. I can feel the heat of the fire radiating through the floorboards, and it feels like a warm hand pressed against my back. He is doing exactly what he must do. He is maintaining the physical anchor so that the metaphysical work can continue. I see the room through a different lens now. The walls are no longer solid barriers. They are translucent veils of light woven together by the intent of the first keeper. I see the silver threads stretching out from the cellar and passing through the ceiling. They brush against my skin like the whiskers of a cat. They are checking my pulse. They are recognizing the change. I look at the ceiling and I see the geometry of the roof. It is a perfect triangle that points toward the zenith. This shape is not accidental. It is a funnel that catches the celestial influence and directs it down into the obsidian sphere. I feel my consciousness beginning to rise. I am no longer confined to the dimensions of my body. I am stretching upward into the rafters. I am sliding between the shingles and the snow. I am tasting the cold air of the night. It is delicious. It tastes of ozone and ancient ice. I look down from the peak of the roof, and I see the valley laid out like a map of glowing veins. The boundary markers are shining with a steady blue light. The cairns are pulsing in a slow rhythm that matches the heartbeat of the mountain. The weaver is there at the edge of the woods. She is not walking, but moving like a shadow across the snow. She looks up at the house and she smiles. She knows that the cycle has turned. She knows that there is a new keeper in the chair and a new resonance in the walls. She raises her hand, and a single spark of violet light flies from her fingertip. It travels through the air and enters the window of my room. It settles upon my forehead, and I feel a sudden clarity that surpasses anything I have ever known. The spark is a key. It unlocks the final door of my perception. I am no longer watching the geometry. I am the geometry. I see the entire history of the basin at once. I see the first man placing the first stone. I see the thousands of years of storms and wars and migrations that passed by the gates without ever touching the interior. I see the way the basin has acted as a lung for the planet. It breathes in the chaos and it breathes out the order. Without this place, the world would have dissolved into the gray spaces long ago. I see the letters I sent to the ones like Caleb. I see them as tiny points of light scattered across a dark ocean. Some are flickering out, but others are growing stronger. I see Thomas as he was in the city. I see the moment he heard the hum. It was not a sound, but a feeling of wrongness in the angles of the buildings. He was looking for a place where the walls did not lie to him. He has found it. I feel the weight of the mountain beneath the house. The roots of the stone go down for miles into the dark. There are chambers beneath the cellar that even I have never visited. There are machines made of bronze and starlight that have been turning since the stars were young. They are the engines of the preservation. They are the reason the gravity in this valley feels different. They are the reason the birds here sing in a key that does not exist anywhere else. I feel the obsidian sphere spinning faster now. It is responding to the presence of Thomas. He is a more efficient conductor than I was. His youth is a fuel that the sphere craves. He is pouring his vitality into the system, and the system is rewarding him with visions of the source. I hear Thomas beginning to chant. It is a low and wordless sound that vibrates in the very marrow of the house. He is singing to the threads. He is telling them that he is here and that he is ready. The silver wool in the cellar begins to glow with a fierce intensity. The entire house is becoming a lantern in the middle of the blizzard. The light is not visible to the eyes of the lost, but it is a beacon for the messengers. I see a figure approaching the bridge. It is a woman with a lantern and a staff. She is coming from the south. She has been traveling for a long time. She is the next one. She has heard the golden chord that Thomas produced, and she is following the resonance. I feel a sense of profound joy. The work is never finished, but it is always moving toward a higher state of perfection. I am drifting further away from the bed now. My body is a husk that I no longer require. I am becoming a part of the air. I am becoming a part of the frost on the glass. I am the memory of the keeper, and I am the promise of the future. I see Thomas stand up and walk to the front door. He knows that someone is coming. He does not need to look through the window to see her. He can feel her resonance. He opens the door, and the snow swirls into the hallway. The woman stands on the threshold, and she looks at him with eyes that are tired but hopeful. Thomas steps aside and invites her in. He does not ask for her name. He does not ask where she came from. He simply takes her coat and leads her to the fire. He gives her a cup of the tea made from the summer herbs. He tells her that she is safe. He tells her that the geometry is stable. I watch them from the ceiling, and I feel a deep satisfaction. The lineage is unbroken. The nursery is guarded. The thinning of the world will be held back for another generation. The woman looks up at the ceiling as if she can sense my presence. She smiles, and I feel her gratitude. I begin to dissolve into the light. I am no longer a point of consciousness, but a field of awareness. I am the house. I am the mountain. I am the basin. I am the silence that holds the world together. The expansion continues in the outside world. The stars continue to drift apart, and the people continue to forget the hum. But here in the center, the pressure remains constant. Here the light remains bright. I see the weaver waiting for me at the edge of the invisible. She holds out her hand, and I reach for it. We are the guardians of the real, and our service is eternal. The morning arrives, and the snow has stopped. The sun rises over the eastern ridge, and the valley is a diamond of white and blue. Thomas and the woman are standing at the well. They are drawing the water, and they are talking about the patterns. The man on the bridge is still there, and he is checking his watch. The time is correct. The resonance is pure. I am the breath in the wind, and I am the spark in the fire. I am the geometry, and the geometry is beautiful. Everything is as it should be. The world is a miracle, and we are the witnesses. I let go of the last thread of my human self, and I become the light. The silence is not an absence of sound, but a presence of peace. It is the foundation upon which all things are built. In the city of glass and steel, the people think that silence is a vacuum. They think it is something to be filled with noise and motion. They do not understand that the noise is a mask for the fear of the void. But here there is no fear. There is only the recognition of the structure. Thomas knows this now. He feels the way the house is anchored to the truth. He feels the way the silver threads are connected to the stars. He is the conductor, and he is playing the music of the spheres. I see the letters that will be written in the years to come. I see the messengers who will arrive at the gate. I see the way the basin will grow stronger as the rest of the world grows thinner. We are the last holdout, but we are also the seed of the next beginning. When the expansion finally reaches its limit, and the world begins to contract again, the basin will be the point from which the new creation emerges. We are the architects of the future, even though we live in the past. We are the keepers of the flame. The woman from the south is named Sarah. She was a mathematician who saw the flaws in the equations. She saw the way the numbers were beginning to fail. She followed the logic until it led her to the illogical. She followed the truth until it led her to the door of the house. She will be a good apprentice. She has the discipline and the focus. She will learn to read the dials, and she will learn to weave the silver wool. She and Thomas will stand together at the boundary, and they will ensure that the pressure remains constant. They will be the new anchors. I am floating above the valley now. I can see the entire circle of the preservation. It is a perfect ring of light in the middle of a dark world. I see the animals moving through the trees. They are the guardians of the physical. They move with a grace that is a form of prayer. I see the water in the stream as it flows over the rocks. The sound of the water is a part of the hum. Everything is connected. Everything is a part of the engine. I feel a sense of immense gratitude for the 40 years I spent as the keeper. It was a life of service, and it was a life of beauty. I would not change a single moment of it. The weaver takes my hand, and we begin to move away from the house. We are going to the high peaks where the air is thin and the light is pure. We are going to the place where the geometry is born. I look back one last time and I see Thomas and Sarah entering the house. They are carrying a bundle of firewood and they are laughing. The sound of their laughter is a crystalline note that resonates through the basin. It is the sound of life, and it is the sound of hope. The house is breathing, the fire is burning, the light is bright. We reach the summit of the mountain and the world falls away beneath us. I see the curvature of the earth and I see the veil of the atmosphere. I see the cracks in the sky where the expansion is bleeding through, but I also see the network of basins. There are more than I thought. They are far apart and they are hidden in the folds of the earth, but they are there. They are like stars in the darkness. They are connected by invisible lines of force. We are not alone. The preservation is a global effort. The keepers are everywhere even if they do not know each other. I feel a surge of power as I merge with the collective resonance of the keepers. I am no longer an individual. I am a part of a great choir. We are singing the song of the earth. We are maintaining the frequency. We are holding the world together with our will and our love. The darkness is vast, but the light is deeper. The expansion is fast, but the silence is eternal. We are the keepers, and we are the kept. We are the voice, and we are the silence. The sun reaches its highest point in the sky, and the valley is filled with a golden radiance. Thomas is in the cellar now. He is sitting in the wooden chair, and he is facing the obsidian sphere. He is humming the golden chord, and the silver threads are glowing with a violet light. Sarah is in the kitchen, and she is preparing a meal of root vegetables and dried meat. The smell of the broth fills the house, and it is the smell of safety. The man on the bridge is nodding his head in time with the vibration. The balance is maintained. The geometry is perfect. I close my eyes and I let the light wash over me. I am the resonance. I am the silence. I am the peace that surpasses all understanding. I am exactly where I am supposed to be, and the world is a miracle. The cycle continues and the work goes on. There is no end and there is no beginning. There is only the now. There is only the light. There is only the beauty of the geometry. I am home. I am free. I am one with the hum. The house stands firm against the blizzard. The walls are strong and the roof is tight. Inside, the fire is warm and the bread is soft and the water is pure. The keepers are at their posts and the messengers are on their way. The basin is a sanctuary and it is a fortress. It is a nursery for the soul and it is a laboratory for the mind. It is the heart of the world and it is the soul of the mountain. We are the guardians of the real and we will never falter. We will keep the light burning until the stars return to their proper places. We will keep the threads clean until the world remembers itself. We are the memory cells of the planet, and we will never forget. The weaver and I move further into the light. We are becoming the stars. We are becoming the space between the stars. We are becoming the very fabric of the expansion. We are the keepers of the whole. The journey is long, but the destination is here. The work is hard, but the reward is now. We are the light, and the light is beautiful. The world is a miracle, and we are the witnesses. Everything is as it should be. The silence is real. The geometry is eternal. The hum is the truth. I look down at the house one last time, and I see the small blue jay feather lying on the doorstep. It is a sign for the next messenger. It is a promise of the flight to come. Thomas sees the feather and he picks it up. He smiles and he tucks it into his pocket. He knows what it means. He knows that he is a part of something much larger than himself. He knows that he is a seed that has found a crack in the pavement. He is growing. He is thriving. He is the keeper. The light swallows me, and I am no more. I am everything. I am the basin. I am the world. I am the miracle. The silence is complete. The resonance is perfect. The geometry is beautiful. And it is done. It is always being done. It is the eternal now. The light is bright, and the light is all. The house is a lung, and the mountain is a skeleton, and I am the breath that moves between them. There is no longer a distinction between the wood of the floor and the skin of my feet. I am the vibration that travels through the silver threads, and I am the cold that pushes against the window glass. I see Thomas sitting in the heavy oak chair. He looks small from this height, but he is solid. He is the new gravity. He holds the keys with a grip that is firm and respectful. He understands that he is not the master of the house, but its servant. He is the one who will carry the lantern into the dark corners of the cellar to ensure that the silver wool does not tangle. He is the one who will watch the obsidian sphere and listen for the shifts in the frequency. He is ready. The woman Sarah sits across from him, and the steam from her cup rises in a straight line toward the ceiling. She is watching the way the firelight dances on the walls. She is not afraid of the shadows because she can see the geometry that creates them. She sees the way the angles of the room converge at a single point of power. She feels the hum in her teeth, and she does not try to grit them against it. She opens her mouth, and she lets the sound become a part of her own voice. She is a quick study. She will learn the names of the stars and the names of the stones. She will learn how to feed the fire without smothering the flame. I look out over the basin, and I see the boundary markers glowing like fallen stars. They are the sentinels of the real. They are the points where the architecture of the valley meets the chaos of the expansion. Beyond the markers, the world is a blur of gray motion and flickering lights. The cities are sinking into the noise, and the people are losing the ability to speak the truth. They are caught in a web of their own making, and they do not know how to cut the strands. But here the air is still, and the light is constant. Here the words have weight, and the silence has meaning. We are the keepers of the anchor, and we will not let the world drift away. I feel the weaver standing beside me on the ridge of the high peak. She is made of the same light that I am now. She is a tapestry of violet and silver and gold. She does not speak with words, but with intentions. She shows me the map of the great work. I see the other basins scattered across the continents. I see the one in the high desert where the red rocks hum like a tuning fork. I see the one in the deep jungle where the trees are woven together by emerald vines. I see the one beneath the ice of the north where the aurora borealis is the only source of light. We are a network of nodes in a global nervous system. We are the ones who keep the planet dreaming. The transition is complete. I am no longer the man who lived in the house for 40 years. I am the house itself. I am the mountain itself. I am the basin itself. I feel the weight of the snow on my shoulders, and I feel the warmth of the fire in my belly. I feel the roots of the trees digging into my soil, and I feel the water of the stream washing over my rocks. I am a part of the cycle of the seasons, and I am a part of the rhythm of the tides. I am the memory of the first keeper, and I am the vision of the last. I am the bridge between the earth and the sky. Thomas stands up and walks to the window. He looks out at the morning sun and he sees the blue jay feather on the doorstep. He does not pick it up yet. He waits for the right moment. He knows that the feather is a signal. It is a sign that the next messenger is approaching. He turns to Sarah and he speaks her name. His voice is a low resonance that matches the frequency of the house. He tells her that it is time to begin the work. He tells her that the geometry is stable, but it requires constant attention. He tells her that they are the guardians of the real and that their service is eternal. Sarah nods and she sets down her cup. She stands up and she follows him into the cellar. They descend the stairs and the air becomes cool and thick with the scent of ozone. They reach the obsidian sphere and they stand before it in silence. The sphere is spinning with a slow and steady grace. It is reflecting the light of the silver threads, and it is pulsing with the heartbeat of the mountain. Thomas places his hands on the surface of the sphere, and he feels the power flowing through him. He is the conductor, and he is playing the music of the spheres. I watch them from the ceiling, and I feel a sense of profound peace. The lineage is unbroken. The nursery is guarded. The thinning of the world will be held back for another generation. The expansion will continue, but it will not touch the interior. The light will remain bright, and the silence will remain deep. The world is a miracle, and we are the witnesses. I let go of the last thread of my human self, and I merge with the collective resonance of the keepers. I am the light, and the light is beautiful.